Good morning and welcome to Wednesday at the Modus Super Series, where it's looking like a photo finish between three top players battling it out for a place at finals night on Saturday. Mike Warburton, Justin Smith and the former Modus Super Series champion Andreas Harrison, all embroiled in a real battle to win Group A. And with me to guide you through the action, Matthew Edgar. It's been really good stuff the last couple of days. It's all going to come to a grandstand finish today.
It's been indifferent at times, it's been tense at times, it's shown at times, and I think today, Decision Day, is a day we're going to see those three players really step it up and show why they've been so successful, not just in this arena, but in many others.
Justin Smith has the edge at the moment, a 2-point lead on the other two. He's played some really good stuff, hasn't he, over the last couple of days at times?
At times, absolutely, and that's Justin Smith in a nutshell. At times looks absolutely brilliant, averaging over 100, and you think, how's this guy not on the Pro Tour? And then you'll see him go average in the low 70s and lose to a player you expect him to beat. And I think that's the pattern of play that we've seen from Justin Smith across not just the last few days, but across his time here at the Super Series. I do believe he's going to be a regular winner here at some point, but he's got to find that formula, that bit of consistency. But today's the sort of day where Justin Smith stands up, when he needs to produce in every game, when he's asked questions. A lot of the time he's got the answers.
Yeah, there's real differences between all three protagonists, actually. The two Welshmen have had great camaraderie, but the key feature of Mike Warburton's game seems to be the focus that he's able to kind of get across when the match starts, when the ref calls game on.
I think one of the things that's understated with Mike Warburton as well is his character and his mannerisms. He's a very sort of alpha male character. He's very dominating in the practice room, on the stage. He's conducting the stage. When it's the other person's throw, he's sort of pointing at the hockey and saying, it's your turn, mate. He conducts things up there. He's the only person who's fist bumping the referee. When he's up there, he's got good stagecraft. And that breeds confidence, or at least it makes you perceive confidence. And if you're against someone like Mike Warburton and you don't feel too good, or you're in a sticky situation and you're seeing him strutting around the stage doing these things, you're not getting much of a tell, you're not getting much positivity, because you think, well, he's still feeling good. And I think that can be a real big factor for Mike Warburton.
I'm interested to find out what kind of day you are expecting today. In order to kind of lead us there, let's just show you this. These are the comparisons for the averages day by day so far in this group. And as you can see, every player a little bit worse yesterday than they were on Monday. What do you put that down to?
I think it's a very rare thing. Normally you see at least one player stands out and produces something. It's not because everyone produced really high stuff on Monday that it was unsustainable. It's just everyone seemed to drop the levels, and that made opportunity. We take a look at someone like Darren Barton, who was in the bottom half of the table. He started picking up wins against those players in the top half of the table because everyone dropped those levels. So that opportunity presented itself. I do think, though, today we're going to see those characters really sort of get back to that sort of top level, but it wasn't good enough yesterday. It was a big step off. It opened doors, but those in the bottom half of the table just wasn't able to capitalise and give themselves a chance at upsetting the top.
Well, let's have a look at that table then. After the first day, all of the top three were tied on the same number of points, and the bottom three. So maybe a little bit of tension, both halves of the table. But let's talk about Andreas Harrison in second place. 2 points off the top. Did lose to both of the rivals for first place yesterday. Is he the type of player you expect now, when it really matters, to come alive and have that run of 4 or 5 wins?
Yeah, absolutely. He's the guy who draws the attention. He's done it before. And the one thing I want to see from Andreas Harrison today is just a little bit more control over the pace of the play. Yesterday, a little bit quicker in games, getting caught up with Justin Smith and his pace, ultimately goes on to lose the game. So what I'd like to see from Harrison is just him play his game. That game's good enough. It's been good enough to win a series, and don't get caught up and embroiled with the pace. It can easily happen. We've all done it. But I think Andreas Harrison's experienced enough to reflect well on that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go through the card today.
He was the favourite before a dart was thrown, and indeed before yesterday. That has changed now. Harrison no longer the favourite to win this group. That's because Justin Smith has that 2-point advantage. He's now an odds-on favourite to win it. Mike Warburton 4-1. If you're feeling really brave, Darren Barton 350, and Ross Montgomery 1,500 to 1. That's incredible that he's still even in the race. But look, are you thinking that Justin Smith can hold on, or are you thinking that Harrison is going to pip him at the post?
I wouldn't be taking odds on any of these players on the evidence of what we saw yesterday and the fact that they sort of dropping points around the room. But with that in mind, Andreas Harrison now becomes value. I thought even money may be a bit skinny yesterday. 6-4 now represents value. 2 points is not a lot. 2 points is one head-to-head clash. He beats Justin Smith. He then leapfrogs him. Them 2 points mean nothing. So the flip side of that, Justin Smith wins it, and there's a gap. So that game could become quite crucial. But then you've got the wild card of Warburton. It's going to be a really, really intriguing day. But if I had to pin somewhere, I'd go with Harrison.
And just a very quick word on Darren Barton, because he beat 2 of those players yesterday, beat both Justin Smith and Mike Warburton. He's going to be in action today in the first match against Ross Montgomery. What have you made of him on his debut?
A bit of everything, really. So I wasn't here Monday, but I looked at the numbers. I managed to catch as much of the action as I could. And one thing I noticed was the big moments was there, but his average was still a visit down from everybody else. And then yesterday, the big moments weren't there, but the average was still very similar to what he had on day one. So he's doing it in bits. He's got part of the game on one day and part on the other. So if he can put it all together, he's going to be dangerous. And from what I've heard about Darren Barton, he can put it together and he can put these runs in, and he could become a bit of a spoiler. And maybe the back end of the week, after he's had a Group A experience, that's when we might see the best of him.
Well, that's the first of 15 games. We'll head through to comms to guide viewers through the action. And the opening match is Montgomery against Barton on what is going to be a big day here at the Super Series, and it's going to be a big series. Marvin Van Persie!
Well, I've got to ask you now, Miss. As Edgar gives us the bell.
Have a bit of that.
Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16, steps back, has a good look. And nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Flights doing the Luke Humphries finish.
Ashley Coleman.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of Burnett.
Big moment. Oh no! Johnson's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final. I think so. I the one time I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-finals. The twice that I did,
Match darts to get the better of John Worsley.
Yeah, big moments, big players, big names, and Matthew Edgar here at the Modus Super Series in Series 9. And a couple of names on the hockey for the opening match of Wednesday on Week 2. Ross Montgomery and Darren Barton. Neither will be involved in the race to win this group. In fact, they're very, very likely to be playing each other for the rest of the week in Group C. The boss, well, hasn't bossed it, has he, so far this week? He's won just 3 matches as a Scotsman over the last couple of days, hoping to have a better end to Group A than the previous 2 sessions. Darren Barton, though, well, he had a very good session yesterday. He won 3 of his 5 matches, building on the 1 win that he got on Monday. And the ADC qualifier, who's here on debut, has managed to amass 8 points and is leading that mini-league. The boss on stage is Jack Garwood, the referee, for today's 15 fixtures.
First leg,
and
it's roster
look, a lot of the
first.
conversation today, Matt, will rightly be
Come
about
on.
the race for top spot between the top 3. But how significant is it for whoever wins this little second league in this table and finishes in 4th place going into Group C? Because, of course, they'll be playing the same opponents.
I think the short term doesn't really matter too much, to be perfectly honest. You can look at it and we can try and spin a narrative of what it could mean for the rest of the
85.
week. But actually, I think we're looking at experience levels here. If Ross Montgomery finished bottom of Group A, I don't think he goes into Group C, remembering he's in there with debutants and people that have only had the odd appearance here at the Super Series. I don't think he goes in there and doesn't believe he's the favourite. And I think it's the experience levels that we really need to be looking at here. And for players like Darren Barton, it's about gaining as much experience as he can and trying to produce what he's been producing in his local area.
Well, Barton is ahead of Montgomery in the league table, but 2 of Ross's 3 victories this week have come against Darren Barton, including a 4-0 win on Monday.
Well, this is a great start to the day here from Ross Montgomery, down to a possible 2 darter after just 9.
Ross, you require 96.
Well, one of the problems that we've spoken about all week is the wayward darts when he's going for a 20 44. And he's hitting predominantly a 5 actually, and that one just the wrong side of the treble into the treble 5, but it shouldn't really harm his chances in this leg.
45.
Well, we say that, but the real big issue for Ross Montgomery has been the doubles. They've been causing him plenty of troubles. Well, they do at the start of Wednesday. That is a lovely marker. Just had to be there for Ross Montgomery, and that's going to make him feel good. A nice 15 darter, comfortable holder throw to kickstart the day. But I do mention those doubles from Ross Montgomery across Monday and Tuesday. Only 18 successful hits from his 77 attempts. Now, in terms of a percentage,
81.
That is 23%, which, if we break that down into darts, it's going to be 4-point-something darts. Now, you can't throw 4-point-something darts. You have to throw 5.
60.
So that percentage tells us it takes Ross Montgomery 5 darts to get a successful double, which is not going to cut it at the Super Series, which is why he's only got a couple of points on the board.
Yeah, and if you have been watching earlier this week, we did remind you that he has made it through to finals, not on every previous appearance here, all 3 of them. All of them, though,
60.
from Group B, which is extremely unlikely to be going into. Although, as you would have seen from the odds at the start of the show, he's still got a
26.
chance of winning this group. 1,500 to 1. For those that don't understand gambling, that means if you put £1 on Ross Montgomery, you will lose £1. Please gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
35.
Although he's making a decent start today, so maybe I'll be eating a hat later on.
There are 15 matches today. This is game number 1. And I do believe if Ross Montgomery is to win the group, there has to be a certain result in all 15 matches. I'd rather have some hope than no hope, though. That's why things like the National Lottery exist.
59. Darren, you require 154.
Yeah, in most realities, very much purposeful practice for Montgomery,
60.
Barton and Van der Ende. Warburton, Harrison and Smith will battle it out to try and avoid playing an extra couple of days and go straight through to finals night.
99.
2 of them are going to go toe-to-toe in the next game.
94.
Warburton versus Harrison follows this. Barton looking to level.
$74.
Couple of missed starts for Darren Barton could be punished here. Montgomery a chance to break the throw. Going to be the same equation. 2 darts at the double. Different result. Different result all round here for Ross Montgomery. Looking so much more composed today. And so much more on task. That is a 15 darter followed by a 17. Good solid darts here from the boss. There's that sort of stubborn persistence we did speak about, though, which with that upright angle of the dart and the very rigid flight system he's using,
58.
Yesterday he had quite a few deflections and bounce outs due to that, rather than looking at a more open target. Maybe you heard us doing the old Dennis Priestley's.
28.
Yeah, it looks a little bit more promising to Ross Montgomery at the start of today, although we'll repeat
42.
the fact of this fixture that he's won against Barton both times. It's against most of the other players where he's had trouble. He's been beaten by all of them and most of them twice.
129.
Just seems to be thrown with a bit more purpose today. A little less hesitation here for Ross Montgomery.
60.
Good signs moving into Wednesday ahead of another opportunity to qualify across Thursday and Friday. But when you've been having an error, when there's something you notice,
24.
I mean, he's not hit many fives in this game. It's been a million times better. But because of the pattern of play yesterday, the second it happens, you think, here we go again. And that was the reaction we saw there from Ross Montgomery. It's not going wrong.
59.
It's just a
Russia
very
require
quick trigger
160.
and a reminder of everything that's gone wrong up to this point.
It's a skill in itself, isn't it, after a bad day at work, to be able to go to sleep at night and leave it in the previous day. And in darts, that's a skill that you need to boil down to every leg, every visit. And Barton has pressurised this
Russia
particular visit by hitting
60.
the first maximum of the morning.
Game shot on the third leg. Ross
He
Montgomery.
really has sharpened up today in all departments, Ross Montgomery, most notably those finishers. 3 from 4.
Fourth leg. It's Darren to throw
75%, a
first.
massive
Game on.
step up here from the boss. It reminds me of a movie. There was a movie called 51st Dates, an Adam Sandler
85.
movie, and the girl goes to bed every night and it like wipes her short term. She can't remember one day to the next. Imagine that skill in darts. That'd be absolutely fantastic.
100. $100. $60.
Well, it looks like Ross is going to boss this match in exactly the same way as he did on Monday morning. And at that point, myself and it was Scott Mitchell alongside
60.
me, were thinking it was going to be a race between 4 players in this group, with Montgomery joining Smith, Harrison and Warburton in the battle for supremacy, but just hasn't unfolded that way
100.
for Montgomery. And the real reset happens tomorrow, doesn't it? When they all start on 0 points again.
So when you start with a bit of encouragement, a bit of hope,
140.
dare to dream, getting through to that Saturday night, through to finals night, a chance to get yourself in the big grand final, get the golden ticket through to Champions Week.
100.
£25,000 will be up for grabs.
116.
Well, he's missed a big number there, meaning the shot can't be completed in this visit, but Montgomery is on a big one.
76. Russia require 141.
Stats-wise, this is
Darren, you require
some of the best darts
40.
we've seen from Darren Barton so far this week. Can you convert it into a leg? They are quite the way apart.
Game shot on the
A
fourth
great
leg.
switch, a
Darren
great
Barton.
recovery there, and gets himself on the board here on Wednesday.
We lost 4-0 to
Fifth leg.
Montgomery
It's Ross to throw
on
first.
Monday. It was 4-2
Game
at
on.
the end of yesterday in Ross's favour. Ross will be hoping for another different scoreline here, 4-1, but the dart's just starting to
29.
get sprayed a little bit. One of the problems for him, it seemed like he put both problems right, the ones that Matiga and I discussed, the fact he was chucking so many loose darts and the fact he was missing
77.
doubles. Well, he'd been pretty straight up until that point, and he'd hit 3 doubles in 4 attempts.
Well, we know with the experience that Ross
94.
Montgomery's got, a guy who's qualified for multiple World Championships, 13 in fact on the BDO side. Played in things like the Grand Slam of Darts, won a tour card. We know the
43.
problem's not you can see the finishing line. I think the problem here is just the blows he has taken over the last couple of days from his own game. Just rearing its head a little bit here. Maybe a bit of doubt creeping in. The more he
60.
sees that 5 come back into his game. The average just starting to cool off a little bit, where Barton sustaining his
100.
levels.
So again, early in the leg, he
78.
switched to the 18s after blocking the treble 20. Does that suggest that he's come with a different plan today, that he's going to use that as his initial switch, that he's even going to switch, because he wasn't doing much of that and his darts were deflecting
125.
quite dramatically off one another?
Being flexible in your approach is part of sport. Absolutely. Plan A is not working. Sometimes you have to reevaluate. Don't just
100.
persist with the same
Darren, you require 156.
and expect to be getting different results.
$60. Ross, you require 140.
Very wayward. Very similar to the last shot he had there in
78.
a match-winning situation.
Darren, you
Wayward
require
first.
96. $56. Ross, you require 62.
So for the win, for a strong start for the Scotsman. Double top.
22.
Wasn't far away, but now
Darren, you
Barton may be
require
closing the
40.
gap.
Game shot on the
There's
fifth
one of the
leg,
breaker
Darren
throws that
Barton.
Darren Barton is going to need to turn this game around. We have seen games turn around this week. We've seen
Sixth
3-1.
leg, it's Darren
Yet
to
to
throw
see
first.
the 3-0
Game on.
turnaround. But the way that this game is going, Ross Montgomery has lost around about 9 points off his average in the last couple of legs.
57.
It doesn't matter how experienced you are, at some point you start to hover over the top of that panic button when you've had a game that you feel you've already won,
100.
that you feel you've done all those big moments in. And it's just about crossing the line, and then you think, well, I've got 4 lives, 3, now 2.
180.
As Darren Barton now becomes our biggest 180 hitter of the week. That is 13th maximum.
45.
Good weapon to have in the arsenal, isn't it? And it's how you can turn games on the head, how you can turn legs on the head.
180.
there goes another.
Well, he's in a great position now to
121. Darren, you require
level up this game.
84.
Might need one of those maximums in the last, but he's got to get there first. Doesn't need to be looking at the bullseye here. Can use the 16s. And sensibly sets it up.
44.
Takes a pick of his double, and he's chose tops after 12.
Can Ross produce?
99. Darren, you require 40.
Great leg of darts from Darren Barton. Is it a leg that he wins?
20.
Well, it may
Ross, you
still be,
require
but Montgomery at least has a
136.
chance to put the game to bed.
Again, 3 legs in a row when he's come up for that big combination. Dart wayward.
42. Darren, you require 20. Game shot of 6th leg.
All
Darren
square.
Barton.
3-0 becomes 3-3. One player's got the throw, the other one's got the momentum.
7th and final leg. It's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Well, what that tells you, it was positive for both players, really, isn't it? Ross,
80.
that's unfortunate, but he's straightened up. 11 tons in the game. He's getting the darts pretty straight most of the time. As for Darren Barton, it's that power scoring, isn't it? That he's got 5 visits where he's hit 2 trebles or more. Make that 6.
140.
That bounce out could really come to land a blow as well, because it means that Montgomery's going to have to find an extra treble somewhere.
100. 100.
Feel like a bit of relief with that last dart, because sometimes you throw a good dart, you get them on the wire, and you just build that frustration. Last dart going in will just keep his nose in front.
100.
Nothing really to split the two at this point. This is where he'd like to find one of those big maximums.
180.
On demand.
What an incredible last leg this is from Barton. He's a 2-darter after 9.
And he's going to end the match with more 180s and 140s.
Darren, you require 81.
Brilliant display of big hitting. And that is how to turn a game around. He was 3-0 down. He's hit 4 180s in coming back to 3-3. And he's got to go at the bull to win it 4-3. Brilliant
Game
by
shot
Barton,
and the match, Darren
who beds the
Barton.
bullseye to defeat Ross Montgomery for the first time this week, and to do it with a great escape, turning around the tie. And the maximum hitting was out of the top draw. He may be a debutant, a rookie on the Super Series stage, but the numbers stack up for Darren Barton in that one. Turned the game around totally. 4 180s in a comeback win, and he takes his points tally into double figures and puts a real gap between himself and Ross Montgomery. Maybe, just maybe, there could be other ambitions for Darren Barton today. Who knows? But Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrison, well, their ambitions are clear. They're battling it out for top spot along with Justin Smith, and the Welshman and the Swede go head-to-head next. Right, now we get into the real meat of things at the Modus Super Series, and a meeting between Dirty Harris and the Series 7 champion Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton, the Welshman, both of whom are locked on 14 points apiece in the Group A table. And the winner will go level at the top with Justin Smith, Warby's fellow Welsh wizard, who has 16 after victories yesterday. Warburton looking to get off to a strong start and beat Harrison like he did 24 hours ago, but the Super Swede knows how to win these groups, knows how to win these weeks, knows how to win these series, and you just get the sense that the unassuming character of Andreas Harrison could be the silent assassin today. These matches probably will be the deciding factors as to who
First
goes
leg,
through
it's Mike to
and
throw
which two
first.
drop into
Game
Group
on.
B, although Darren Barton may think he's put himself into that conversation. Remember, he did beat both Mike Warburton and Justin Smith yesterday. He's got those two in his next couple of games. If he wins them both, he could be in joint third. That's going to be interesting. But right now, focus on the top, and what a start from Warburton.
The guys at the top have been so good, though, this week in regards to those sort of head-to-heads and the way the fixtures are broken down. And I do think even though the points may be levelling off a little bit, the leg difference that these guys have got just seems to be too much of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, great point. Mike Warburton has the worst leg difference of the top three at plus 11. Darren Barton has the best leg difference of the bottom three at minus 9.
60.
And we saw from Ross Montgomery a very strong start to the day. We're seeing the same here from Mike Warburton. Landing some big haymaker blows here at the start of the game with Harrison.
97. Mike, you require 121.
They're all going his way so far.
$57.
One win apiece in matches between this pair so far this week. 4-3 Harrison Monday, 4-2 Warburton yesterday.
60. Mikey requires 64.
But a troublous visit there from Harrison will just give Warburton a little bit more comfort here on the 64 combination.
48. Andreas, you require 144.
He will be expecting to return.
$36. Mikey requires 16.
So 16 for a 16 in the opening leg.
12. Andreas, you require 108.
Trying to get underneath that won't be easy.
92.
It proved to be
Mikey
difficult.
require 4.
So it's 2-2 for Warburton to finally bring an end to what started like a very
Game shot on the
good-looking leg
first
for him. He
leg,
does
Mike
win the leg,
Warburton.
and he holds his throw to lead 1-0.
There are certain players who
Second
will look
leg,
at
it's
legs
Andreas
like
to
that
throw
and almost
first.
feel negative
Game on.
about it. Mike Warburton's not one of those. A lot of people think, well, I started with a max and I've only gone out in 19 darts, missing doubles.
125.
Warburton is very much of the breed of player that's just happy to win the leg. He doesn't care if it's 9 darts or 99 darts. Just get the point on the board.
100.
Seems really extra focused today, Mike Warburton, and rightly so. It's
100.
decision day. This is the day where someone will scoop that top prize money for winning Group A and book a place on Saturday night.
140. $45.
It's been a different kind of week for Andreas Harrison, he's been pretty good most of the time, but quite often we've seen him warm into weeks of the Super Series.
60.
Over the last couple of days, he's had the majority of his matches, he's played near the peak of his powers, but he's had the odd off game in the day, where usually it can be sort of a slow start and he just gets better and better and better.
If you are someone who starts a little bit slow, the very unidealistic here to be drawn against Mike Warburton in the opening game. Mike Warburton, one of those players
66.
just sort of the same sort of level, whether it's 9:30 in the morning or 11 o'clock at night.
$81. Mike, you require 135.
Bullseye will be the first port of call here, but having not hit the 25, the shot is off and Harrison will get a look at the 86.
95. Andreas, you
He did look
require
at the 18
86.
in the opening leg and was dropping them low into the 4. Finds the treble 18 there with no
Shot on his
problems.
second leg. Andreas Harrison.
And mops up the 86. Good confidence boosting finish there when you do it nice and
Third
clean and
leg. It's
crisp.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Justin Smith, the overnight league leader, 2 points clear of this pair, but won't be after this match. One of them will catch him.
60.
He takes on Dennis van der Ende in his first game. It didn't end well for Dennis yesterday. Lost all of his matches on Tuesday.
81. $140. $100.
That's where that sort of tapered barrel really comes into advantage there for Andreas Harrison. Although his darts land a bit flat and that could have been seen as a blocker on the top wire.
45.
That tapered barrel just allows that tighter grouping.
$81.
Again, just a little sign there of some emotion from Harrison. We've seen him mutter a few times beneath his beard. This week, something we're not used to seeing. Usually very, very serene
60.
demeanour. But this week, he's just shown signs of frustration.
$140.
Not quite hit the heights yet, has he, Andreas Harrison? Which will probably be where the frustration comes, because he's probably in the back room playing exactly how he expects to, how we expect him to, and then when he comes up on the stage, just
99.
a dart shy. He's not far off, and he's certainly close to all the targets that he's going for. But I'm trying to work out what
59.
the reason for that
Mike
target
require
was.
56.
He's done a few weird and wonderful things this week, hasn't he? Didn't work out. Warburton looking to punish. Can't manage it, so
Andreas,
Harrison
you
will
require
get a look
40.
at a double. Having taken a very strange route to get there.
$30.
Can't hit though.
Mike, you require 10. $8.
He will come back.
Andreas, you require 10.
This is really a bonus break if he gets it. And he does
on a
get it.
third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Harrison takes control. Yeah, let's go back to that
Fourth leg. It's Andreas
99
to throw
attempt.
first.
Usually a player would go for the
Game on.
19s, wouldn't they? If they hit the treble, then they've got options from 42 to choose whichever double they like. If they hit the single, often they'll go tops. But going for 17s, have you
95.
had time to give us some kind of explanation for that?
Well, I've used 3 pens and 7 sheets of paper so far, and I can't quite work it out. It's like the 15 shot he
81.
was using yesterday, where I don't see the benefit. You hit a single 19, you can go 20-20, nice big target, leaves you a double, or treble 20 for the double 10.
85.
With the 17, it leaves you 82 if you hit the single, which means really you've then got to start using the bullseye or the bull in the 25.
140.
I'm not sure where the benefit is in that.
It's almost a setup shot, isn't it, rather than a attempt at a finish.
It's as if he's trying to leave
140.
double 16 or find better ways to leave double 16, but then when put in situations, he leaves tops.
Yeah, and could have left double 16 by going the 19 route anyway.
81.
If he hits a treble, then he's got his choice, hasn't he?
But his setup play is that very much so of someone who's persistent in always trying to leave the double 16,
60.
and he doesn't always take that pick, which is why it's a little bit baffling at times.
Well, 1-2-1 here. This will be interesting because there are other options. He could start on the 17s, for example.
87.
On this one,
Andreas, you require 121.
could start on the bullseye. Goes treble 20, but hits treble 1.
65. Mike, you require 112.
Just the one treble needed. Well, that's ruined that opportunity for Mike Warburton, and just to add to the frustration, he finds the treble with the next dart.
80.
Andres Harrison
Andres,
now a
you
chance to
require
really
56.
take a grip of this game. It's going to be 2 darts at tops. Make that one at 10s.
46.
Chasing it round.
Mike, you
Can't
require
cash in the opportunity.
32.
There have been a few games
Shot on
this
the
week
fourth
involving
leg,
the
Mike
top
Warburton.
players in the group that just have been a little bit scrappy and scruffy, and this is falling into that category now.
Fifth leg. It's Mike to
It
throw
was a match
first.
between
Game
Warburton
on.
and Harrison on Monday that certainly went down those lines. It actually ended up 4-3 in favour of Andreas Harrison, but both players at that point had won all of the games
60.
in the lead up to it, and they met each other. It got really tense, just so many mistakes, and it was basically who could make the fewest mistakes won the match.
41.
We talk about a lot of respect between the players, maybe a little bit too much in regards to this fixture.
$60.
Both players started the game quite strongly, but just becoming a little bit unsettled in the middle part. There's always in these sort of clashes when you've got players at the top of the table, sort of a
85.
nervy leg, a nervy moment. I feel we're in the eye of the storm right now.
$59. $125. $78.
And the start just saves the situation a bit there for Warburton, keeps him interested.
60. $60.
Now he shows a little sign of annoyance. Just not getting the big scores at the moment.
100.
Just the one big power treble really for Mike Warburton in this leg. Make that 4.
168.
Real big moment there for
require
Warburton.
90.
Really applies the pressure here on Andres Harrison, who's looking at a break.
And there's the danger. It's the right route. You're going to
82.
guarantee yourself a dart, at
Mikey
least a bullseye,
requires
but
16.
precarious double left, and Warby's pressure has told.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the
great
fifth
little
leg.
step.
Mike Warburton.
Just making sure he got the best use of that marker. Slid it in alongside. Leads the match
Stick
3-2.
flag. It's Andreas to throw
And it
first.
may be Mike who makes his
Game
move
on.
here. Defeat could be damaging, couldn't it, for whoever loses the match when Justin Smith plays Dennis van der Ende in the next game. One of them will be 4 points behind
125.
with just 4 games left. That's quite a big margin.
Yeah, you'd feel that the players here will be very well aware of that situation.
100.
And as someone who's played in this very much, I can vouch for that as well. That you do look at the league table, and in this situation, you'd think, well, actually, if I lose, I'm pretty much done for here.
100.
Especially if you're Andreas Harrison, because if Andreas Harrison was to lose this game, he's the last game in the next lap of fixtures, so he'll probably be in an even worse position by the time he goes to the hockey to try and start putting it right.
140.
And I suppose the matches between them are going to be key. He's lost yesterday to both Smith
83.
and Warburton. Is now staring down the barrel of another defeat to Mike Warburton and doesn't play Justin Smith until his very last match. By then, he could be out of the race.
Well, Justin Smith will take to the
100.
hockey 2 times before we see Andreas Harrison again, and depending on those results, that will open a sizable gap that, with all the experience Andreas Harrison's got, we'll look at the table and think that is
100.
pretty much done
Mikey
for.
require 161.
Booking his Group B hotels.
Yeah, the winner of this match basically will still have it in their own hands because they still have Smith to play. The other one will be hoping for all sorts of favours. And Warburton's going to put himself in position here
99.
to try and get it done
Andreas, you
if
require
Harrison
93.
cannot complete this combination. Goes big and bold.
Game shot on a sick
And
flag.
brilliant.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison made that look easy and forces a last leg shootout.
7th and final leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $40.
What an awful time to have a bounce out there for Warburton, especially when there was no treble either with the first 2 darts. So Andreas Harrison, a big, big opportunity here to step in and cause some damage.
140.
Essentially just broken the throw in the opening visit.
$100. $140.
Back-to-back haymakers from Harrison.
$41. $57.
Suddenly, it may be Mike Warburton who's begging for favours from others.
100. Andreas, you require 164.
6 darts here for Andreas Harrison to get the job done. Might do it in 3.
125.
And he had no reason to go for it. He could have just laid up. But we've seen a switch here, haven't we, from Harrison in this leg. He's come good.
140. Andreas, you
last leg of the
require
match.
39.
And it's double 16 to win it.
Game shot and the
Wow,
match.
that's
Andreas
absolutely
Harrison.
brilliant from Harrison. Warburton just been really hit hard at the end there. The brutal bounce out that kicked off the leg for him was a dagger in the heart, really, of Mike Warburton, and Andreas Harrison really turned the screw. 4-3 success in a game that had been scrappy up until that closing leg. He won it in 14 darts, and in doing so, goes level at the top of the table with Justin Smith, who's in action next against Dennis van der Ende.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Blue Touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wow!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is tight at the top of the table. After Andreas Harrison pipped Mike Warburton at the post, and in doing so, put himself on 16 points instead of Warby, and level with Justin Smith in P1. Smith has a chance to restore that 2-point cushion he had at the start of the day. He takes on the basement boy, Dennis van der Ende, who's only won one match this week. Smith, a heavy favourite to win this one, an odds-on favourite to win the group, thanks to that slight advantage he had in points. He takes on the Dutchman, Dennis, 33 years of age, has not had a happy return to the Super Series, his second trip to Portsmouth this. He's going to play in Group C for the rest of the week. The Bearded Dragon, Justin Smith, though, is having a fantastic time of it. And looks like he may well be having his feet up for a couple of days, but it's going to be a really closely fought finish. And the fixtures, the way they've played out, he will play Andreas Harrison in his final game. So for the pair of them, it's a case now of keeping on winning until then, and it could end up proving to be a winner-takes-all affair. We've seen two close ones. The evidence suggests that this should be a little different, that Smith should get a dominant win.
Well, the evidence, Your Honour, does really stack up, doesn't it?
First leg. It's
Game number
Dennis to throw
10 on
first.
Monday. Dennis van
Game
der
on.
Ende, that was the game he managed to pick up the victory. It was against Ross Montgomery, and since then has gone on to lose his next 6 fixtures. And it's got to be said, he's
60.
kind of not gone down swinging, shall we say. Justin Smith will be very happy in regards to the way that the fixtures are broken down, giving him the opportunity to come up here and be a big favourite in opening up a little bit of a gap again at the top of the table.
96.
Bright start there, though, for Justin Smith with a maximum. This is the sort of game, though, that we have scrutinised him in this
97.
week. A game where he's expected to win. Does he come up and just idle his way through it, or can he come up and show some dominance?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you've been
81.
in those practice rooms. I'm sure you want to give your rivals something to think about. They've got one eye on the screen, seeing what you're doing.
140.
And if you're not going to show any signs of weakness, then that might just affect their psyche a little.
Yeah, not
45.
every single game or
Justin, you
moment is
require
won with
84.
a dart landing in a target as such.
Game shot on
Although
the
this
first leg.
landing
Justin
in the
Smith.
target is absolutely perfect here from Justin Smith. A great way to start the day. A 12 dart breaker throw.
Second leg. It's
And that
Justin
sets
to
down
throw
the marker.
first. Game on. $82.
Good cover as he looks to back up the break with a hold.
58.
Just in real contrasting appearances for these ADC Europe qualifiers. Marvin van
140.
Velzen, actually when he first came here, was a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights. Didn't really get going, but then he's come back and gone and won an entire
140.
series. So the experience is important for Van der Ende. In fact, the most famous Dutchman in darts, Michael van Gerwen, always makes the point that he had to learn to lose before he started to win.
$58. Justin, you require 99.
Does look like Dennis is going to be taught another harsh lesson here.
Game shot on the second leg. Justin Smith.
Well, that was unorthodox, wasn't it? That's twice in the last couple of legs we've seen 99s attempted in very different
Third
ways
leg,
to usual.
It's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
But what a start this is from Justin Smith. Back-to-back 12s. We said who's going to stand up, who's going to raise the levels today,
45.
who's going to be counted. Justin Smith is saying, eyes on me, lads.
140. $57.
Yeah, as Matthew mentioned, back-to-back 12 darters. That's 125 average.
100.
Could potentially get another here, but we need a big visit when he returns to the hockey. And look at the gap between him and Dennis van der Ende. It's like he's getting off
140.
a tube train, isn't it? Mind the gap, Dennis.
60.
He's digging in though here. Dennis van der Ende, not just rolling over.
99.
He's first down to a finish here in this one. You've got to just try and ride the storm at times. You've got to believe that Justin won't continue to do what he's doing
55.
there with the
Dennis, you
constant
require
12 darters.
160.
You've got to believe chances will present themselves if you can keep finding those trebles.
44. Justin, you require
Leaves himself plenty of work to do
146.
here.
133.
Almost
Dennis, you
produced
require
another
116.
stunning moment. Can Dennis deny him?
98.
The
Justin, you
double denied
require
instead, so
13.
Smith looking to clean up the 13. 5 for double 4.
Game shot on the
3-0.
third leg. Justin Smith.
And it is going as it was written on the script.
Fourth leg. It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
But it's a statement performance, isn't it, Matt? Could be the best stats in any game this week so far.
59.
Well, the best game so far has been Andreas Harrison, 102.71. He registered that on Monday. Yesterday, we didn't have any averages in the 100. Our top three averages
97.
yesterday, 96, 92 and 90. Really was a step down yesterday. But Smith, having a
140.
big step up. Looking at his second Tumpless average of the week, he also registered one on Monday, 100.20.
90. $132.
Whatever he had for breakfast. I might join him tomorrow. In fact, I tell a lie, I did join him this morning. We're in the same establishment.
44.
Both had
Justin, you
egg.
require 170.
And double sausage and a muffin around it as well. But he'll be loving it today.
135.
35 after 12. This is going to be through the roof. The numbers in this one, as Justin Smith has lift off and says
Justin,
to the
require
rivals,
35.
catch me if you can.
Game
What a
shot
performance.
and the match,
What a
Justin
win.
Smith.
A 4-0 success for Smith, who says to Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton, I'm going to take some stopping. A whitewash and a performance to remember. The numbers stack up superbly for Smith. 107.36, by far the best performance of the week so far. 4 out of 7 on the doubles as well, including that unconventional but effective 99 checkout. Van der Ende could not do a thing. Only one dart double for the Dutchman, and Smith has lift off, 2 points clear of Harrison. He'll be back in action in a couple of games' time, but before that, Mike Warburton needing to put right the wrong from game 1 when he takes on Darren Barton. On we go then. The first round of fixtures complete, and Justin Smith has taken the lead, or kept hold of the lead that he had overnight in the table after a convincing victory, a 4-0 win in the previous game. Before that, though, Mike Warburton went down to Andreas Harrison, and he's the one now that is a little bit off the pace and must beat Darren Barton. There is no doubt about that. Barton got a victory against Ross Montgomery in a good first game as well. So Warburton in need of a win here to move back within 2 points of Smith, who will take on
First
Montgomery
leg,
in the
it's
game
Darren
that
to throw
follows.
first. Game on.
And very quickly, Mike has reached must-win territory, Matt.
Yeah, that's what happens on decision day, especially if you haven't done all that
108.
big damage in the rest of the week. But the damage for Barton has been in the 180 column. He is our biggest 180 hitter now of the week. And he's kick-started with one here, keeping that
55.
run of form going. Because he did reel off 4 legs on the spin against Ross Montgomery. And he's done so with his best winning performance as well of the week.
85.
So maybe he's starting to tune things up as we get towards the business end of the week. He's on debut now, 2 days worth of experience, so he'll be very
60.
familiar with the settings and the surroundings, and will start to get that element of comfort.
60. $100.
Wolverton was a big odds-on favourite to win this one, but
127.
already up against it. Wayward dart there from Barton means he's going to have to burn another dart when he comes back. But Wolverton
100.
not even
Darren,
on
you
a finish, so
require
6
49.
darts if he needs them here for Barton to get the opening leg.
He's been impressive this morning so far.
17.
Can't quite complete the leg there, but he will return.
$100. Darren, you require 32. Game shot of first leg.
And he
Darren
returns
Barton.
successfully to lead 1-0.
Second leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $43.
The distress signals may start going out soon for Mike Warburton.
140.
Certainly if he was a boat or a ship, he would probably be looking for the lifeboats right about now.
60.
That first start sitting beautifully in the board again there for Barton.
100.
Looking to be playing with a lot more rhythm and fluency. A little bit of injection of pace in the game. Sometimes you can just get a little bit too
100.
deliberate, especially when you're on debut and doing things for the first time. Just trying to make sure of the situation, where ultimately you just need to trust what got you here in the first place. Just trying to work out the mathematics, make sure he doesn't leave himself a
94.
bogey. Down to a finish again after 9. Good scoring display from Barton.
It shows how quickly it can
84.
change as well, doesn't it? Warburton
Darren, you
was in
require
pole position against
167.
Andreas Harrison in the previous game. Now suddenly he's staring down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit to Darren Barton, and effectively, rather than looking at winning the group,
39.
potentially getting embroiled in a battle with Barton to hold on to his Group B spot.
Did make a mess of that visit though there, Barton. Just
60.
allows Warburton another
Darren, you
opportunity,
require
but doesn't cash it in.
128.
Errors from both.
$24.
Back-to-back
Mike, you
howlers
require
there from Barton.
154.
That might be the stroke of luck that Warburton needs to really get himself in this fixture and keep himself in that race for the top place.
60. Darren, you require 104.
Good dart in the treble. Single found, so it is
72.
double
Mike, you
16, but that's
require
missed.
94. Game shot on his second leg, Mike Warburton.
That'll feel like a bit of a steal there for Mike Warburton. An absolute mess at the
Third
back end of
leg,
that
it's
leg for
Darren to
Darren
throw
Barton, who was
first.
looking so good,
Game
looking
on.
like he could break the throw and go 2-0 ahead. But from 167, it all went wrong.
108.
Not carrying on here into leg 3. Pushing aside the disappointment at the back end of that leg and kicking off with another maximum.
125.
I think that's his 6th maximum of the day.
100.
Yeah, certainly is. 4 in the first match, 2 in this one so far.
$60.
There's worse things to be known for, isn't there, than being a big maximum hitter?
$60.
It gives him a little reputation, doesn't it? Because that's something he didn't have coming here. And the opponents now know what to expect, and they know it's going to be tough.
Also just plants that seed of doubt
60.
as well, because
Darren, you require
when you play one of those big
161.
180 hitters, I always think of a player like Dave Chisnell. Anytime you'd get ahead of him, you'd always just be a little bit of anticipation, because you can hit
43.
one of those big maximums and all of a sudden you've gone from being in a good position to being level or behind.
$140. Darren, you require 118.
Double 19 this time.
Game shot on
Well,
the third leg. Darren Barton.
no trouble on the 180s, no trouble on the 118.
Fourth leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
Good battle, this one.
$100.
I've seen a few games today where they've ended up in battles, but this one, a much higher quality affair than what we've seen so far today.
180.
Warburton getting involved on the 180 act now. Big game for both players, actually. It
60.
determines the motivations for the rest of the day. Warby wins it. He's still got his eyes on a potential first place finish. If he is beaten, Barton is eyeing his third place up.
100. $85. Mike, you require 121.
No interest in going for the ball.
89. $134. Mike, you require 32.
Keep everything going with the throw.
No score. Darren, you require 122.
This would be a painful blow for Mike Warburton and his chances of winning this group, and it's on.
It is a dart at the button,
87.
but he can't push
Mike,
the
you
button.
require 32.
And instead, Warby can get himself level.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Mike Warburton.
Would have been a very nervy moment there for Warburton, watching that bullseye, hoping
Fifth leg.
he
It's
didn't
Darren
see
to throw
one of the
first.
Spartans' darts
Game on.
land in the target. But one thing that's been good about Darren Barton is how he's played with the throw. It's always kicked off really strong,
66.
just saves it with a third dart.
$100.
He's been an enjoyable watch at times, Darren Barton, and maybe one of those players who just settles into the week. You kind of mentioned it in
100.
the analysis at the start of the show that he hadn't really improved yesterday. but got better results by virtue of the fact that most of the opponents
100.
didn't put in the same kind of performance against him that they did on Monday. He's shown a level of consistency over 2 days, but today he appears to be upping the ante a little.
100.
Oh, absolutely. Just the numbers reflect that he's actually a visit better today. 86 in his opening game, which meant he broke that 83 boundary. Averaging 89 here, so again has broken the 83 boundary. So he has found a visit less today. He is 3 darts better. And that's where he's going to be a bit of a danger.
$73.
He's currently averaging higher than his best average of the week so far. 87.14 right now. He's at 88.68.
100. $55.
Warburton looking to
Mikey
complete one of the
require
rarest feats in
101.
darts here. The 5-ton leg.
And it kind of would be a typical Mike Warburton leg, wouldn't it? He's
49.
a ton
Darren,
machine.
you require 107.
Throws very straight darts, often 1 treble, sometimes 2, maybe 3 from time to time. Very consistent.
That
59.
consistency has led him down a
Mikey
road at the
require
moment where he can
52.
break the throat of Darren Barton and get control of the game.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Mike Warburton.
We mentioned earlier at the start of the show, one of the things about Mike Warburton is the mannerisms around the stage.
6th leg, it's Mike to throw
Right
first.
now he gets to command
Game
the
on.
stage. The perfect break time.
$140. $60. $41.
Felt like all those darts were searching. The first one went wayward, the second was trying to correct it, the third was thrown in hope.
108.
That's it again.
80.
4 in match 1, now 3 in game 2. Darren Barton is the maximum man.
108.
But Mike Warburton says anything you can do, I can do. Neat and tidy numbers.
57. Mikey require 140.
We've seen him do this before, and it was for the match on that occasion as well.
100.
Sets himself up after 12. A beautiful leg of darts here from Warburton to cap off quite a polished performance.
Yeah, it's been a good game. Just hitting back
100.
with that 180.
Mikey require
Told you everything
40.
you need to know about Mike Warburton. We said it was must win.
20. Darren, you require 104.
But he hasn't won yet.
1 treble required for Barton. And that has eliminated any possibility. And that gives Mike Warburton the luxury of being able to start the process
22.
nice and early to get the
Mikey
job done.
require 20. Game shot and the match.
And he does get the
Mike
job
Warburton.
done. Mike Warburton needed to win that game, not only to keep home his ambitions of getting top spot, but to fend off Darren Barton, who was closing in on 3rd place. That battle doesn't look like it's one that's going to happen after Warby wins this war 4-2, and it's the fourth game today that's gone to the player throwing second in the match. Is that ominous for Justin Smith, who has the darts against Ross Montgomery in the game that follows this break?
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back then to Decision Day, Wednesday at the Modus Super Series, and that man, Justin Smith, is the player most likely at the moment to be securing himself a Saturday spot through to finals night. Whoever wins this group, Smith in pole position and taking on second bottom Ross Montgomery, having beaten bottom of the table Dennis van der Ende in his first match. It's kind of a nice opening for Smith, isn't it, to be able to just strengthen that position before running into those rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the flip side of that, it can also bring its
First
own
leg, it's Justin to throw
anticipations,
first.
because if he was to lose
Game
one
on.
of these games, then that would mean he has to beat those top rivals. And we did see signs from Ross Montgomery that he could be a bit of a danger, but
140.
what we saw from Justin Smith in that opening game, if he can replicate anything like that, he is going to be hard to beat, not just for Ross Montgomery, but for anyone in this building.
Well, Monty looks a little bit sharper
140.
in his first match against Darren Barton, but ultimately lost it, surrendering a three-leg lead as well. Barton hitting back with 4
58.
maximums in that game and taking the points. And Smith has beaten Ross on each occasion they've met so far this week. It was a 4-0
100.
drubbing when they met on Monday. And Montgomery only managed to get 1 leg in their meeting yesterday.
58.
We can already say that Justin Smith's not going to replicate the start he had in the last game, because he won the opening leg in just 12
41.
darts.
$100.
Just seemed to be playing with a certain level of confidence. A bit of a spring in his step. Must be nice to walk into the building in first position, knowing over the previous 2 days you have been the best player, but Montgomery here bidding to break. That's perfect timing to tee up tops.
Something he's not done a lot of this week, just the 2 maximums to his name so far across the first 2 days of play.
Game shot of first leg, Ross Montgomery.
But a 13 darter to open proceedings and a big breaker throw there against Justin Smith, something that would be, I'm sure, greeted very welcomely in the practice room by Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton.
I thought he was going to deliver another one. Rare from Ross, but he's made stellar starts in both of his matches. Can he turn it into points, and can he throw a spanner in the works in this group here?
$100. 58.
The one thing that Justin Smith will probably have at the back of his mind, though, is that strong start that Ross Montgomery had
36.
in the opening game when he raced into a 3-0 lead against Darren Barton, and we thought maybe the Ross Montgomery we've seen over the years is arriving here at the Super Series this week, and then it was a bit of a capitulation.
$97.
Looks much more solid, the Scotsman, today, despite that defeat. Certain kind of assured manner.
140.
That's a far cry
Russia
from the previous 2
require
days.
128.
Wouldn't put this past him, and wouldn't have said that on Tuesday or Monday.
$94. Justin, you require 63.
This has a level of urgency on it here for Justin Smith.
31. Russia require 34. Game shot on his second leg, Ross Montgomery.
He backs up that opening 13 with a 16.
Third leg, it's
In
Justin to
regards
throw
to
first.
the numbers,
Game
in
on.
regards to an average, 103.66.
40.
This is getting interesting now, not just in the context of this game, but in the context of this group. It offers optimism to Andreas Harrison, who's about to play Dennis van der Ende. It brings Mike Warburton back into the equation, as he will remain 2 points behind if Montgomery wins this rather than go 4 adrift. This is the situation if Montgomery wins this match. Harrison plays next. He'll have a game in hand,
60.
of course. That is his game in hand against van der Ende, who's only won 1 game so far this week. So he would move on to 18 with Smith if he wins it. Warby would be just 2 adrift. And we'd be pretty much carrying on that 3-horse race that looked like it had become a 2-horse race.
I think the next game, when we look at the legs column there, isn't just about
83.
Andreas Harrison. Can he win? But can he assert himself on Van der Ende at the bottom of the table? And can he get a big win? Can he claw back some of those legs?
And it's an interesting little spell as well, because Harrison plays van der Ende. Smith then takes on the dangerous Darren Barton. And then Warburton has that same opportunity against Dennis to win and win well.
140.
Both of those players with the
Justin, you
throw
require
against the player at the bottom of the
124.
table. Justin Smith would be well advised to turn this game around and turn it around quickly. The
99.
bullseye would have helped him with that.
Russia require 180.
And all those possibilities make a very fun watch.
Well, it's not really the approved route,
58.
but
Justin, you
that's the way
require
Montgomery chose
25.
to go. He's hoping now for more misses from Smith, who's already missed 3, now 4 darts at double. And that one's awkward,
9.
and it proved to be too awkward.
Russia requires 60. 20. Justin, you require 16.
That was for 3-0. Justin Smith taking his time. Had noticed this little change in his play this week, a little bit more maturity coming in to ensure he wins those moments, and he's done it again.
Fourth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Still got a break, but he could be in a much worse position.
60.
How big will those two misses from Ross Montgomery be in the context of the game, in the context of the group?
100.
So far this week, reacting to setbacks has not been something that Ross Montgomery's been able to do too well. Normally, when
82.
something goes wrong, it kind of unravels very quickly, as we saw in that game with Darren Barton.
$60.
Maybe that is the turning point. Justin Smith encouraged.
100. $100. 65.
He's had more than his fair share of those. Justin Smith, not just darts bouncing out, but darts that are already in getting kind of knocked out when another one goes in.
97.
Won't happen to
Justin,
Ross
you
Smith,
require
Ross Montgomery, will it?
154.
Merging the names there. Because he's got that sort of drill bit style point. Really grips the size up.
64. Ross, you require 84.
Cue the bounce out.
Another big moment, another big dart.
37.
Another big miss.
Justin, you require 90.
90 though, not the easiest finish. It will only be one dart. It won't even be that. Got a little greedy, didn't he, hunting the treble? Could have gone for a bigger portion of the 20. But he does get away with it.
There's 5 darts now missed by Ross Montgomery across the last 2 legs. He could be in real command here.
I think there's a slight little disturbance with the score. I believe the scoreboard is right. I'm not sure that the score called on stage was correct, so Justin Smith just checking what he requires. I believe it is 62. Well, just while this is getting sorted out, we will just show you the situation in the league table. Justin Smith at a crucial moment and hoping to ensure he stays on top in this group. If he wins this game, he will manage to put 4 points between himself and Andreas Harrison before Harrison plays in the next match. But if he loses it, and he is losing it at the moment, Harrison could pull level.
Justin's last score was 28. Justin, you require 62.
Jack Gar with the referee clearing things up. 62 is what's required. Well, I did say that he was a bit better when he waited a while, Matt. It worked for him on that occasion.
Yeah, sometimes those little delays, those little pause in plays go one or two ways.
Fifth leg,
It
it's
can
Justin to throw
disturb you, it
first.
can distract you, you can
Game on.
panic. But when you throw with rhythm, like Justin Smith does, Can just step up, take it down.
60.
Now we'll feel great about the situation. Leveled it up. Ross Montgomery, when we talk about it sort of unravelling a little bit. Lost a 3-0 lead. Now he's lost a 2-0 lead.
140.
In the driving seat.
$100.
It really could have turned everything around, but credit to Montgomery. He's kept
180.
firing at him here.
80.
Just shows how ultra competitive darts players
60.
are, because really there's not much for Montgomery to play for today. But every time you step on that stage, you want to make sure you get the win.
60.
Needs another treble. Justin Smith to be able to leave a
100.
finish, which he's not
Russia
able to
require
do so.
121.
Ross Montgomery, more opportunities.
Check 89.
Perfect setup.
100.
Montgomery.
Russia require 32.
Leave himself on double 16 and to turn this tie back in his favour. And not just in his favour, but in the favour of Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton.
Game shot on the fifth
Pendulum
leg.
swings
Ross
once
Montgomery.
more.
Really did step it up there, Ross Montgomery.
Sixth leg. It's Ross to throw
Nice
first.
15
Game on.
darter to break the throw. Justin Smith pondering once again. He, like a lot of people, probably thought the damage was done when he took out the 62 and got the throw back.
100.
But Ross Montgomery, it's got to be said, for the first time this week, digging deep. Finding a bit more when he needs to.
100.
Reactive.
$100. $140. $100. $40.
All about Ross Montgomery here at the back end of the game. Can he get the job done and register what this week would be a rare win?
140.
Really is a spoiler, this, isn't it?
139. Russia requires 61.
Too good. But it could turn out to be too bad for Justin Smith.
53.
Gets a reprieve.
Justin, you require 82.
Well, that's okay. He could have missed anywhere. He's got quite lucky with that miss, but then he needed a big 15
42.
to get a go at the
Russia
bullseye.
require 8.
Kind of criminal, that, in this situation.
Game
And
shot
Ross Montgomery
unmatched.
takes
Ross Montgomery.
full advantage, and that blows this group wide open. Justin Smith stays on 18 points. Montgomery picks up his 4th win of the week. A real surprise. Where's it come from? He's been so good, Justin Smith, in most of his matches, but Montgomery gets a win there. An average of 88.3 up there with his best of the week so far. A couple of 180s in there as well. So Montgomery doubling his tally for the week in that department. But the impact on the group is enormous. It means that Andreas Harrison can now go level with Justin Smith if he beats Dennis van der Ende after the break.
hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Opportunity knocks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for Andreas Harrison, the Swede, looking to capitalise on that defeat before the break for the league leader, Justin Smith, going down to Ross Montgomery, unexpectedly so. And now Harrison up against a player who's only got one win to his name in Dennis van der Ende, bottom of the table. If Harrison wins it, he will be level on points with Smith. But you kind of mentioned it, Matt, that it won't just be about getting the points, it'll be about getting as many legs as possible without much reply from van der Ende. 4-0 win.
First leg, it's Andreas to
for
throw
Andreas
first.
here would take him level on
Game
points
on.
and within 2 legs of Justin Smith. So I don't know whether he'll be thinking about that, but certainly for us as interested observers, the margin of victory could come into play here.
140.
Absolutely, that was my first thought when I saw this fixture, that Andreas Harrison needs to be winning big. Leg difference could be
57.
coming into play today. When you've got 3 players in the running for things, it tends to be more of a factor than just the points.
83.
If there is a player who knows the situation here at the Super Series, who knows how to step it up and when to do so, it is Andreas Harrison.
58.
One of just a handful of names to have their name on a Super Series crown.
140. 56. Andreas, you require 138.
Unorthodox again, that.
His own way about doing things, doesn't he, Andreas Harrison? And it's not something he's always done. I feel this is something that is sort of evolving and like he's trying to find different ways of doing things.
Andreas, you require
Well, the ultimate one was the attempted 3 bullseyes to finish off a 9-dart leg, wasn't it, earlier in the week? Is he getting bored?
44.
That's what Michael Van Buren used to literally say. He used to go strange ways for things when he started to get a little bit bored. Bored of winning. Finding it too easy.
60. Andreas, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
He couldn't come up with a more creative way than a straight double four for that one. But the leg
Second
is in the
leg, it's
ledger.
Dennis to
And
throw
that
first.
pursuit
Game
of a
on.
perfect result here is well underway.
$96. $100. $100.
Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about
85.
Andreas Harrison today and this week, but do you have to start to fear for Dennis van der Ende that it could turn into a real horror week for him? Can't be good for the confidence.
58.
Defeat after defeat after defeat.
I think it's the manner of them as well in regards to Van der Ende and the fact that he's just been unable to really land a
81.
blow. Never really looked a significant threat in the game so far, and now we're looking at when people are playing him who are in that top end. We're not just talking about the possible
80.
result, we're talking about how big that result could be. And that would be the concern for me with Dennis.
83. Dennis, you require 167.
I mean, the one advantage he does have is going into a Group C that isn't
99.
littered with
Andreas, you
experience.
require
And
152.
there's certainly no one in there who is a big standout player. So maybe we'll feel a bit more comfortable in that environment.
We're going
92.
to have a 16-year-old at the
Dennis, you
Super
require
Series
68.
in Ryan Branley tomorrow, 1 p.m. The action gets underway. Dennis van der Ende will be going into
52.
that group.
Andreas, you require 60. Game shot on the
Could be a
second
big dart,
leg.
that.
Andreas
We were
Harrison.
talking about it. 4-0 is the ideal scoreline. Of course, it is in any match, but when you've got a deficit in the leg difference,
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
although it might not
Game on.
matter for Andreas Harrison come the end of the day, because of course his last match is against Justin Smith. So as long as
140.
he's level with him going into that game, then it'll be winner takes all.
$45.
I do think now that the next match for Smith, which is coming up straight after this one, could be a potential banana skin. And if Harrison wins this quickly, that might even eat into that, because it
140.
could be a bit of a whirlwind period, can't it, when you play 2 out of the 3 matches and you've not got the result you want in the first.
Yeah, absolutely.
56.
But Harrison is really going through the gears here. We did say at the top of the show if someone was going to stand up in this situation, it was going to be Harrison, and this is the moment for him.
140.
A hat-trick of 140s at the 2-0 leading point. This is where people have just took the foot off the gas a little bit. Andreas
58.
Harrison doing the
Andreas, you
opposite. He's
require
slamming it to the
81.
floor.
Double 18 becomes double 9.
63. $92. Andreas, you require 18.
Might actually be a happy accident, that. Gets him onto an even
14.
double. He's got all the time in the world.
And this is what we were saying about Van der Ende being unable to land blows. Even
96.
when
Andreas, you
Andreas Harrison is
require
missing.
4.
Van der Ende too far behind to do too much about
Game
it.
shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Harrison cruising towards the victory line. Van der Ende
Fourth
yet to
leg,
pick
it's
up a leg
Dennis to throw
today.
first.
4-0
Game on.
in his opening game to Justin Smith. I mean, Smith did throw 107.36. Andreas Harrison significantly
60.
lower than that, around the 90 mark, but still very, very solid darts. And still far too much for Van der Ende to get any opportunities.
60.
Yeah, Harrison creeping closer to Smith. Looking likely to go level on points and close that leg difference gap somewhat. If Smith is beaten by Barton in the next game, then Mike Warburton would have the opportunity
125.
to make it a three-way tie at the top. If he can defeat Dennis.
97. $58. 140. 140. 40.
An opportunity here
Dennis, you
for
require
what would seem like a
118.
consolation leg. Tops to take it.
98. Andreas, you require
Has missed the ball for the
164
164 already today. Went a completely different route.
100.
I think it's safe to say Andreas
Dennis, you
Harrison
require
just does what
20.
he wants when he wants to do it. There doesn't seem to be a set plan and routine. One more dart.
No score.
They might be the last
Andreas, you
darts he gets to
require
throw in this
64.
game. Harrison looking at 64 to mop it up.
$44.
Just caught the flight
Dennis,
on
you
the way in
require
there.
20.
It's Andreas Harrison and gives Van der Ende another opportunity.
Game shot on the
This
fourth
time
leg.
he
Dennis
cashes
Van
it
der
in and
Ende.
gets his first leg on the board today.
Fifth leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Almost get the sense of delaying the inevitable.
140.
You just see it written all over the face there as well, can't you, of Van der Ende? He knows at the moment
83.
he doesn't have the weaponry to be in this fight with Harrison.
$68.
He has tailed off a lot though in the game, Andreas.
125.
Excellent accuracy though
133.
there. Two trebles to leave a finish.
$97. Andreas, you require 106.
He's got 6 darts to complete that finish. Just one treble here, he'd be more than happy with that return.
100.
Finds it with a last. Should be giving himself at least 2 darts here.
140. Andreas, you require 60.
For the win. Andreas
shot.
Harrison
And the match, Andreas
is making his
Harrison.
move at the Modus Super Series. A 4-1 success against Dennis Van der Ende takes him level at the top of the table, and the last two results have made things very, very interesting. Justin Smith going down to Ross Montgomery to stay on 18 points, and Andreas Harrison beating Dennis Van der Ende to join him on 18 points. And Smith is back in action next, and now suddenly has work to do. He faces Darren Barton after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've seen 6 rather interesting fixtures on Wednesday, and the most significant is the 5th one on that list. Justin Smith, the overnight league leader, beaten by Ross Montgomery. That really opened up this group, and it meant that Andreas Harrison, by winning the next game, has now gone level at the top of the table. Both have 18 points, and Mike Warburton, despite defeat earlier today to Andreas Harrison, he's just 2 points behind the pair of them as well. So we still have a 3-horse race for the top spot. The winner of this group, remember, does make it through to finals night, and Smith now is out to make sure that he avenges that defeat and puts it right straight away. But he's up against Darren Barton, who has played some really good stuff today. 1 win when he came back to beat Montgomery, a defeat to Mike Warburton, 7 180s across those 2 games. Smith is not going to find this easy.
And what Justin Smith are we going to get? That's the big question. Because we had 2 completely contrasting performances. We've had the performance of the week by any player in game number 1, averaging 107. And then really dropped it off in the last one, dropping 24 points off his average.
It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
One of the things that we've seen, though, from Darren Barton today is a big increase in the level of play. Not just in regards to the amount of maximums he's hitting, but the doubling better.
60.
The overall statistics better. He's dropped a whole visit off of his scoring game, which
60.
is quite a significant jump. It's going to make him competitive. And Justin Smith will be aware of the increase in performance here from Darren Barton. And he'll be watching over his shoulder quite a bit here in this game.
96. $60. $42.
And the speed in which the Swede Andreas Harrison got rid of Dennis van der Ende may just have kept Smith in that mode of the previous match as well, rather than being able to just have an hour off or so and refocus
Darren, you
for
require
a fresh performance.
160.
You do wonder if there may be a little bit of a hangover. Barton showing no sympathy.
140.
Yeah, real strong start here from Barton.
20.
He's a double after 15. And 6 starts at if it needs them.
Well, he's going to just...
No score.
Yeah, I did think then. Maybe could have split it after the first start was inside rather than wait till the end to bust, but
30.
Smith's still not going to finish, so we could see him employ a similar tactic here if he doesn't hit the double 10. Now, does he go for a 2 this time? No, he's straight for double 5. And again, surely he's going to bust.
That was a safe dart at double 5, wasn't it? Very softly thrown. Couldn't get anywhere near the required height.
43.
My only criticism is maybe the split should have come with dart 2 in each of those visits and just taken that away. That odd numbered double.
Yeah, very, very fair point. Because you're playing yourself into that situation. What if dart 2 goes inside? Dart 3 goes inside the wires. And he gets the job done in the end. Messy ending to what was a decent leg, but a messy leg in general for Justin Smith, who's pondering what is going on here. And sometimes when you hit the ground running like Justin Smith did, back-to-back 12 darters to kickstart the day, an average of 107, sometimes everything just feels like it's a downgrade. You feel like you're not playing as well. And it does look like that at the moment with Justin Smith, that he seems to be weighing quite heavy on him right now.
Yeah, by the standards he set for himself, that was a really shoddy start to this match. And we know
140.
that Darren Barton is likely to slam in a 180 at any point. So even if you're sort of 60 to 100 ahead in a leg, expect to be pressurised by this man.
31. 100. 45. Justin, you require 105.
Pressure not coming in leg 2. Maybe just what Justin Smith needs. A bit of freedom.
85. 45. Justin, you require 20. Game shot on his second leg, Justin Smith.
Well, both legs going the same sort of way there. The player throwing first, having all the time in the world at the back end of the legs.
It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
A scrappy affair. It's kind of been contagious. Barton potentially surprised
58.
by how poor Smith was in the starter. And then it's kind of got dragged down to that level.
140.
Smith has lured him into a false sense of security.
77. 80. 140. 100. 61.
Door open here for Justin Smith. Barton not leaving a finish, so Smith a chance to break.
65.
Leaves himself with a bit of work to do still.
65. Justin, you require 116. 60. Darren, you require 100.
Good solid dart to get 2 at double.
80.
But he has had trouble
Justin, you
with doubles
require
in this
56.
match. 8 of them missed now. Could have chosen to have had more darts at double, but for busting a couple of times in the opening leg. Though Smith
36.
can't punish on this occasion.
Darren, you require 20.
It's taking an extra moment here. Darren Barton trying to make sure of the delivery. This is a target he's not been too keen at throwing
10.
at.
Justin,
And
you
again,
require
unsuccessful.
20.
Justin Smith riding a bit of fortune here.
Game shot on the third leg, Justin Smith.
Dodging a few, well, more than a few doubles here from Darren Barton.
Fourth
11
leg, it's Justin to throw first.
darts at the double
Game on.
missed from Darren Barton so far, and we're only in leg 3.
60.
'Very rare you'll win a group or a week here at the Super Series without
43.
having that bit of fortune somewhere where someone's had an opportunity to take you out or
60.
take legs. Maybe this is that moment for Justin Smith where he has to get through a scrappy affair before he goes back to that level we saw at the start of the day.
100. 96.
This is third match of 5 today. Remaining
81.
fixtures: Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrison.
58.
The two that can stop him winning the group.
$100. $80.
Another one for Justin Smith on the floor. It's starting to become a notable problem. Certainly when it's in that sort of situation now, because it means that Justin's going to need 2 trebles. In a single 20.
Justin, you require
Would have meant the
147.
1 treble. Could have still given him a dart at the ball.
$139.
So would have had that dart.
Darren, you require 78.
But now instead he has to hope that Barton can't take out 78. Treble 18 will be the intended target. Now it's 75, so 25 and Bull. How much can he see? He's having to move across. Smith waits. And he gets the outcome
44.
that he hoped
Justin,
for.
you require 8.
That was part 1 of the outcome he hoped for. Part
4.
2 was hitting a double himself, which he's been
Darren, you
unable to
require
do.
34.
Both players missing and passing opportunities.
He's made this almost impossible.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
Mission
Darren
impossible completed.
5th flag. It's Darren to throw
So
first.
the doubles have been problematic for the players so far. 4 successful hits between the pair from 26 darts. Both players will probably be feeling at the moment they could have had this job done. It could have been 4-0.
140.
And that's what you tend to remember as a player. You remember the opportunities that you've missed and those chances.
55.
Barton doing a good job here at trying to put it behind him.
134. $96. $97. $44.
We're approaching
Darren,
the
you
middle of the
require
day. We're still none the wiser as
130.
to who's going to top this table. It was all looking rosy for Justin Smith, but it might be getting away from him. He still will be top of the table come the end of this match, but he might not be come the end of this round of fixtures.
171. Darren, you require 16.
Just gives him a tiny bit of hope.
Game shot on the 5th
That
flag.
hope did
Darren
not last for
Barton.
very long.
Sixth flag.
Well, you would
It's
not have seen
Justin
this
to throw
coming.
first. Game on.
The plan for Justin Smith today was to win those first 3 matches and go
60.
into the 2 against the rivals at the top, Warburton and Harrison, with it all in his own hands. Maybe even with it having slipped out of their hands totally, and
40.
could have been comfortable, could have been done by then, but it's gone the complete opposite way after a very convincing opening performance, the best performance we've seen in this
137.
group. He's gone down, surprisingly, to Ross Montgomery, and now he might be about to be beaten by Barton for the second day on the spin.
41. $100.
He's starting to look a bit fidgety, isn't he, Justin Smith, at the back of the stage? A bit of happy feet. Not looking settled. Needs something on the board to start going his way, and that is a big 140 there. He can just get a little bit restless at times, wanting to get to the hockey
Justin,
very
you
quickly.
require 64. Game shot on a 6th leg, Justin Smith.
Well, that was convincing. But he has to break in the last leg decider. This is a huge leg of darts.
It's Darren to throw first.
This is basically to see if it remains in the hands of Justin Smith or whether he passes the baton to Andreas Harrison.
I think the first 3 darts
100.
are going to be telling here for Justin Smith.
140.
Well, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells us he's got the opportunity here to chase down the Darren Barton darts.
100.
He's going to need to find a little bit more still. Barton doing his task, finding a treble with the opening 2 visits.
60.
We're level again. 3 legs all. 301 all.
100.
Textbook stuff here from Darren Barton with the darts. Just 1 treble a throw. Force your opponent to hit 2. Keep them under
57.
pressure. And now, back-to-back trebleless visits for Justin Smith have put Darren Barton firmly in the driving seat.
Advantage to the Spartan.
100.
140 or better for Smith. It's not going to be the case.
81. Darren, you require.
And you can see the reaction there. He could have left himself a finish. He hasn't. That's a schoolboy error. It's all going wrong for Smith.
89.
It's a long way off, but that'll probably rub salt into the wound even more. He's been the architect of his own downfall here.
44. Darren, you require 12.
And having had full control of this group,
Shot
suddenly
match, Darren Barton.
Justin Smith is standing over the tungsten trapdoor. Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton ready to pounce after he is beaten by Darren Barton. The frustration evident for Justin Smith. Barton gets a victory in what was actually quite a scrappy affair when you look at the numbers. The tension evident on the stage, and Justin Smith has been beaten in back-to-back matches. He remains top of the table, but by the skin of his teeth, level on points with Andreas Harrison, and Mike Warburton can join them both on 18 if he can get the better of Dennis van der Ende next.
Justin Smith started the day at the top of the table. He started this lap of fixtures at the top of the table, but will he end at the top of the table come the completion of this cycle? He's just gone down by 4 legs to 3 to Darren Barton, who backs up the result he had against him yesterday and puts himself firmly at the top of the bottom half of the table. Mike Warburton, one of the chasing pack in regards to taking that position off Justin Smith, can't do so with a win here, but he can draw level in regards to the points column. It will be the legs difference that will keep Justin Smith on top. However, he also has Andreas Harrison breathing down his neck, level on points, and just behind by a couple of legs. Warburton, an opportunity to keep himself well and truly in the mix at the top of the table. Taking on the man here, Dennis van der Ende, who is rock bottom of the table, only picking up 1 win so far
121
from his 13 fixtures. That one coming on Monday against Ross Montgomery. So he is on quite a losing run at the moment, van der Ende.
100.
And today has only managed to pick up the 1 leg. He went down 4-0 to Justin Smith in his opening game, and Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 1.
55.
For Warby, it's been a bit of everything today. 4-3 defeat to Andreas Harrison in fixture number 1.
45.
Before beating Darren Barton by 4 legs to 2. With a bit of everything. Some moments of brilliance and some quite erratic moments.
100.
We're looking to find that level of consistency here. That should see him over the line against van der Ende and keep himself in the mix. But like with the last game for
99.
van der Ende, his involvement may not just come down to the wins and the loss column. It may come down to the legs. Warburton currently 8 legs off the top of the table.
65.
So a win would be good, but a strong win is what he needs.
83. Mike, you require 160.
Wayward, a flyer. We've seen a few of those today from Mike Warburton.
28.
And it ends up being a bit of a mess. Giving an opportunity here for van der Ende to potentially land a significant blow.
96. Mike, you require 132.
Start on the ball. Looking for another one there to leave the double 16. Caught the flight, and van der Ende looks over to the scoreboard. He'll be
68.
encouraged. He's got an opportunity. A great chance here in the opening leg.
Well, he still gets a double. And he hits
on
that
the
double.
first leg, Dennis van der
What
Ende.
twists and turns we're getting here suddenly. The tungsten tension too much.
Second leg is
first.
Dennis to throw first.
Justin
Game on.
Smith and now a rather bemused Mike Warburton.
We mentioned across Monday and Tuesday that
58.
one of the things about Mike Warburton is how much he sort of expresses with the facials. The many faces of Mike Warburton, you don't have to guess what he is
100.
thinking. He will let you know.
$57. $60.
Struggling with the weight of dart today, Mike Warburton. Quite a lot of these darts landing high in the board. Maybe a sign just releasing the dart a little bit
56.
too early. Just trying to get on with the game, get it out of the hand. Just rushing with the situation a bit. But those absolutely spot on. Perfect darts from Warburton. Firing in the first max of the game.
$59. Mike, you require 161. 87.
Well, he's okay in this leg. He will get the first throw at a double. In fact, he'll have
58. Mikey requires
plenty
74.
of time. Any idea what that last start was about?
No.
Sometimes the
second leg,
simply
Mike
put
Warburton.
analysis is the best, but the scoreline is levelled.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Let's just remind you of the
Game
situation in the league table here. Justin Smith, having lost his last 2 games, stays on 18 points. Andreas Harrison also on 18. He plays next. Mike Warburton would also be on 18 if he were to win this
85.
match against Dennis van der Ende. We'd have a 3-way tie once again, exactly like we had at the end of Monday. However, crucially, Andreas
100.
Harrison would be the one in the box seat because he has the game in hand, and that's against Ross Montgomery after this one.
100. 57. 55. 44. 140. 91. Mike, you require 121. 57. 47. Mike, you require 64.
Over dart there. Confirms Warburton will get 6 darts here if he needs them at the 64.
48.
Well, he does need the 2 visits.
65. Mikey requires 16.
Sensible thinking by van der Ende, but it
It's on
amounts
the
to
third
nothing.
leg, Mike Warburton.
As Warburton takes control of the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Good response here from Warburton. Didn't come out the trap swinging. Lost the opening leg, which would have been probably a bit of a surprise for him, considering the balance of play across the day and across the week, but reacting well.
60. 60. 60. 57.
Well, it hasn't been the last couple of matches a really high standard, but it's been captivating because I think we're seeing
100.
basically human beings just struggle a little bit under pressure.
Yeah, it's been the
134.
group for that, really. It all started to go down a bit hill yesterday in regards to the standard. But there's one player at the moment who's standing firm, and that is Andreas Harrison.
Dennis, you
He's
require
coming up next against Ross
154.
Montgomery, a chance for him to put himself top of the table.
98.
Warburton not making light work of van der Ende, which everybody else has done so far. It was a 4-0 win for Justin Smith and a 4-1 win for Andreas Harrison.
60. Dennis should require 56.
Get the feeling here that Warby is clinging onto the cliff edge.
$36.
Can he hoist himself
Mikey
up?
require 121.
The ball. Oh,
Game
that is
shot of fourth
superb.
flag, Mike
Out of
Warburton.
nowhere, Mike Warburton produces a top-class checkout.
Fifth flag. It's
And
Mike
that
to throw first.
Really gives him control of the tie. Throwing for a 4-1 win now. It was looking tough. Now he can breathe a little easier.
100.
Quality shot there for Mike Warburton, his second 1-2-1 checkout of the week. But that one, timing-wise, the context, when you talk
100.
about potential nerves starting to show for the players, Warburton stood up. That should put him in a good position here in regards
60.
to still keeping tabs on the top of the table. We'll still have grand designs on winning this Group 8. Getting himself through to another Saturday night.
100.
As for Dennis, well, defeat here, unsurprisingly, would confirm his final position in Group A as 6th out of 6.
140.
The good news is that when he starts Group C tomorrow, he'll be joint top.
81.
With a name like Dennis, he's got a chance of actually being at the top, hasn't he? It's like the start of the year, Aston Villa are always second in the table.
140.
He's unlucky, actually, because it's Dan and Darren in his group as well. Done by the alphabet.
60. Mikey
Seconds to the
requires
qualifying
61.
position.
Well, Mike Warburton might be about to put him away here. Double 4. Nicely
Shot
done.
and the match,
He just put his
Mike
foot down
Warburton.
towards the end of the match. A 1-2-1 was the catalyst for Warburton. Then a 15-darter to close out a 4-1 win that keeps him very, very interested in this race to win the group. It's tied between three of them, neck and neck. 18 points for Justin Smith, 18 points for Andreas Harrison, and 18 points now after that 4-1 win for Mike Warburton. The Welshman remains in the mix, but Harrison has the opportunity to put himself in pole position when he takes on Ross Montgomery after this break. This is the Modus Super Series, and this is the moment that the Super Swede, Andreas Harrison, could make his move. A chance for the Series 7 champion to put himself top of the table and in pole position to progress to finals night once again. But he's taking on the Scottish spoiler in Ross Montgomery, who started the downfall today of Justin Smith. A 4-2 win against Smith in a previous game was only the fourth win of the week for Montgomery.
First leg, it's
He
Ross
was
to throw
expected to be
first. Game on.
battling at the top end of the table himself, having reached finals night on every previous appearance to the Live Lounge. But Smith has since lost to Darren Barton as well, and we do now have that three-way tie at the top of the table. But this is a game in hand for Harrison, so if he wins it,
81.
he puts it in his hands.
He's the guy whose sort of performance has wavered the
81.
least, Andreas Harrison. He's stayed with that level of consistency with, I wouldn't say his A game, but maybe his A- game. He's always been up in sort of the high 80s,
95.
which, for the way this group's been going, and the way the form's kind of been dipping, you'd suggest Andreas Harrison is the guy to beat.
100. $177.
But once again, Ross Montgomery
100.
starting the game strong. He
Russia
started
require
all of his
148.
games really strong today. Went 3-0 up, went 2-0 up.
$116.
Well, that's a lovely setup shot.
$47.
Immediately,
Russia required
Ross
32.
Montgomery looking the better player. Well, he doesn't have a huge portion of this to aim at, but it doesn't really matter if he
No
misses.
score.
Harrison can't do a thing about it.
$133.
He's done the only thing he can do, hit
Russia
big and leave a
required
finish
32.
and stand and hope that Montgomery goes back to the finishing that we saw on
Game shot
Monday
the
and
first
Tuesday
leg,
rather
Ross Montgomery.
than what we're seeing so far today. A massive improvement on the outer ring from Montgomery. And he takes
Second
the
leg,
opening
it's
leg.
Andreas
It's
to throw
Andreas Harrison.
first. Game on.
We've seen Harrison go through the gears at times, certainly
60.
towards the back end of games. But I just wonder what the vibe's like down in the practice room at the moment, because what we're seeing coming out onto the stage has been some nervy performances from the players who are up at the top end of the table. And I wonder if they've been able to go and try and transfer some of that energy into the back room, try and inject a few doubts.
It feels like the players that are
85.
playing with freedom are Darren Barton and Ross Montgomery. Van der Ende under pressure through failure, really, and the top three under pressure through potential success.
62. $134. $82. $120.
Still in the balance this leg. Yes, Harrison's on a finish first, but he can only get a maximum of one double from it, and Ross Montgomery's going to be in a much more favourable position here. A
137.
much more favourable
Andreas, you
position.
require 102.
Double 16
Game
to
shot on the
stop
second
Ross
leg,
Montgomery coming
Andreas
back and
Harrison.
having that opportunity. Big finish, big moment resisting the
Third leg,
charge.
it's Ross to throw
Ross
first.
Montgomery has really stepped it up in this game. The problem has been for Montgomery, though, the sustainability of the performance.
30.
It's normally around this point in a game where the dart's just starting to waver a little bit. Starting to find that 5 and the treble 5.
60. $140. $140. $100. $60.
Completely surrounding the treble 20 there, Andreas Harrison. No reward.
$43.
One of those moments again in the leg where there's a key exchange. Harrison leaving a big finish. Montgomery going to leave something smaller. How much smaller? Depends on the final dart, because the second dart went very, very wrong for Ross.
39.
He hasn't left anything smaller.
144.
This could be the opportunity for Andreas Harrison to get that breaker throw he needs. 2 poor visits from Montgomery. Could be unravelling here in this game.
Require
Once Andreas Harrison's hit the front, he tends to kick on.
$71. Andreas, you require 63.
Well, he's really made a mess of this. Once again,
third leg,
Andreas Harrison finding a different way. The finishing
fourth leg,
has
it's
been
Andreas
sublime
first.
from the Swede.
Game on.
Ross Montgomery, I mean, that in itself doesn't even tell the full story, because from 188 he had 9 darts and only left himself on 78. He should have had darts at double in that leg. And that's more the Ross of
100.
the previous 2 days than the one we've seen today. You know, averaging better across today than he has done for either of those 2 opening days. 10 matches, of course, he played across them. Just didn't see the Ross we remember from his previous appearances here.
$31.
I suppose it's not just his appearances here, it was
60.
just last year Ross Montgomery was on the PDC Pro Tour. Won a tour card through Q School a couple of years ago. Not easy to do. 900 or so players descend on the venues. The players that have just lost the cards, the top players off the Challenge Tours, the county systems, the WDF systems.
96.
Tour there that he's found a lot of success in as well, the WDF or BDO system. 13 times reaching the Lakeside, which is not easy to do on that 1-year rolling Order of Merit system.
140.
Travelling around Europe, getting the ranking points.
$100. Andreas, you require 86.
Can he carry on the perfect finishing? To do that, you'll need to bed the bullseye.
47.
Gets nowhere near that one.
Ross, you require 100.
To regain the advantage.
Game shot of
No
fourth
problems
leg,
there on the
Ross
finishing for Ross Montgomery, who kind of surprised himself. He's probably got used to the drama at the back end of the legs.
It's Ross to throw
Instead,
first.
he's got that advantage to throw back.
I have to say, I think that today augurs well for the rest of the week for Ross Montgomery. Suddenly, I'm looking at that Group C and seeing him as one of the top 2 favourites.
140.
It's going to be him, Darren Barton, Dennis van der Ende, joining Dan Nichols, Jamie Kelling and Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old. Now, there are a couple of unknown quantities in there,
81.
certainly in Super Series terms. But for me, I'd expect the bookies to price up Kelling and Montgomery as the favourites to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely.
121.
I'd probably say I'd expect Montgomery to be overall favourite to win.
Yeah, and he may be affirming that status with his performances today.
140.
If you are interested, Group B, which gets underway tomorrow night, 10 p.m. For those night owls, Martin Adams, Robert Thornton and Tommy Morris will be joining whichever of the two that are going to win this group don't win it. It could be Harrison and Smith or Smith and Warburton, any combination of those three.
Ross, you require 140.
But that's going to be a tough group to get out of, even though 3 go through.
$60.
Just to remind you of the situation here, Andreas Harrison, Justin Smith and Mike Warburton all tied on the same number of points, and this is the last match of the 3rd round of fixtures today. So if Montgomery wins, we go into the final 2 rounds with 3 players tied at the top. Darting drama at the Modus Super Series. Harrison can change that with a match-changing checkout. A day-changing checkout. Can't quite complete it.
75. Ross, you require 40. Game shot of 5th leg, Ross Montgomery.
Well, as you can see, this is a result here that Justin Smith will probably be quite happy with, because Andreas Harrison winning this would mean Smith would come off the top of the table. Probably somewhere he expected to be at the end of this lap of fixtures, because he did lose the opening game of this cycle, 4-3 to Darren Barton. But he could end up having the results go his way and still holding on to that top spot with just 2 to play.
Mike Warburton plays Justin Smith in the next game, so he'll have the chance to go at the top himself. They really have been interchangeable today.
Well, one thing for sure, we're in for a very dramatic finish here to this Group A campaign. In just the 2nd week of Series 9.
It's a shame that the NTAs were last week, because this would have won Best Drama.
$100. $134. Andreas, you require 140.
Still some drama in this match, because Harrison looks likely to level.
100. $140. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the 6th leg, Andreas Harrison.
Well, if it's getting dramatic, one thing we'll promise you here, there will be no cliffhanger. We will get this done.
7th and final leg. It's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Ross Montgomery will have the darts. Will be a big, big advantage here.
Suddenly, he's got a fierce look on his face.
100.
The snarling Scotsman, determined to build on what's been a much better day for him.
98.
Performance-wise anyway, will it become a better day results-wise?
That last start from Harrison, huge treble 19, keeps him interested. Montgomery doing the minimum requirement here, finding a treble.
98.
Again, opts the switch to the 18s. So the tactic he's been employing throughout his whole daily campaign, but for the second time, the second visit here, Andreas Harrison, a big, big last start.
$139. $83. Ross, you require 164. $56.
Key exchange coming in here. What can Andreas hit?
100.
Only the ton, so they're on similar finishes.
108.
One treble, one single, one double. There's a treble. But he's missed a single. That should be the easy bit
72.
in the combo. And that's
Andreas
been
require
a problem that has
120.
plagued Ross Montgomery all throughout this week. And Harrison may make him pay.
100.
But that
Ross, you
could be a
require
huge dart when
36.
all's said and done today.
Game shot.
He's
and
at
the
it
match,
again.
Ross Montgomery.
Ross Montgomery proving to be a thorn in the side of the players that are battling it out to win this group. He's not in that discussion, but he's making a name for himself today, that's for certain. Having beaten Justin Smith and starting a troublesome day for the league leader. Smith stays on top because Montgomery has now added Harrison to his list of scalps. He's done it with a decent performance as well. Harrison was pretty good, but did miss a dart to win that match. And that means that going into the final 2 rounds of fixtures in this group, we have 3 players tied on the same points at the top of the table. And 2 of them will go head-to-head next as Justin Smith meets Mike Warburton.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a league contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
This is my bullseye challenge.
Here's the bearded dragon, looking for a bit of
3.
green and red in his sights in the next 40 seconds or so, because this is phenomenal. Oh
6.
yeah, he's got the golden goose.
Justin Smith breaks the all-time record with
Record-breaking stuff in the Bullseye Challenge from Justin Smith participating today, and plenty of fantastic content available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, including a feature with Damon Hector and, of course, highlights from the recent Influence event won by Angry Ginge. But who will win today? We're about to find out. And if you want to catch all of that action, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Justin Smith was the boss of the Bullseyes, but will he be the boss of Group A? It hasn't gone well for him today. This is what's happened so far. He won his first match with the best average of the week, 4-0 against Dennis van der Ende, but then defeats to Ross Montgomery and, in turn, Darren Barton. Have seen Smith lose ground, although Montgomery did him a favour, as Andreas Harrison was beaten by Ross as well, meaning he stayed on 18 points. So the man that has made up the most ground really is Mike Warburton, who joins them in a three-way tie at the top of the table and now has a chance himself to go top if he can inflict a third straight defeat of the day on the Bearded Dragon. This is getting very, very interesting, and it seems like it's getting very, very tense, Matthew Edgar.
I think it's been that way for quite some time here in this group. I think it started setting in yesterday in regards to people looking over their shoulders and looking around the room in regards to the final positionings. Big advantage here, though, in this sort of game, in this sort of clash, when there's not much between the levels of the players, is that advantage of throw. And that, in this case, is going to be in the favour of Justin Smith, and that could be a big
First
telling
leg,
factor,
it's Justin to throw
especially
first.
if this game goes all the
Game
way.
on.
Just see a little difference in demeanour as well here. If you tuned in yesterday, you would have seen before this match they were really laughing and joking, messing around with each other
100.
like a couple of old pals. Today, full focus. Barely a word exchanged.
Yeah, there's
100.
a time for laughs and there's a time for business, and this is a proper business game. A big, significant difference in regards to the
100.
prize money that the players get for winning a Group A compared to even finishing second.
$60. $100. $60. $57.
This was the first game of this group. Warburton won it
140.
4-1 at the end of yesterday. Justin Smith, a 4-2 victor. Nothing really between them. Another one.
Not 88. Mikey require 141.
So Justin Smith with a chance to land the first blow.
60. Justin, you require 56. Game shot on the first leg, Justin Smith.
First blood. It's the Bearded Dragon.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Justin Smith will probably feel quite fortunate to be entering this next cycle of
85.
fixtures still top of the table. Losing the opening game and then having to sit back and watch his opponents play in the last cycle.
121.
Probably felt like he could have got jumped, but the results kind of went his way. And he held on to that top spot once again by that leg difference.
100.
Andreas Harrison would be the biggest threat to him if he was able to get the victory here against Warburton. He's coming up next against Darren Barton. And then they would play each other in the final cycle of fixtures. We've kind of earmarked that as potentially being the deciding game. Well, if Smith can get the job done here, it would be.
140.
He's first down to a finish, but lots of work to do on 140.
60. Justin, you require 140. $85. Mike, you require 116. $41. Justin, you require 55.
I missed big number.
23.
And I missed
Mike,
double.
you require 75.
That really should have been 3 darts at a double there for Justin Smith. It's ended up being 1, missing the 20, missing the 15s. Warburton now, last start in hand, a chance to inflict some pain.
35.
Sometimes
Justin,
it's
you
how the
require
shots go as well,
32.
not just that they do go.
Game shot on the second leg, Justin Smith.
So 2-0 to Smith. And we can confirm that if Smith wins this match, it is then a
Third leg, it's
two-horse
Justin
race.
to throw first.
Matt Edgar at the start of the day mentioned the leg
Game on.
difference may come into play, and Smith is getting better, Warby's is getting worse, and any defeat for Mike Warburton would mean that he can't win the group.
180.
Well, Smith's getting stronger as this game goes, maybe just sensing that Mike Warburton not quite on his game.
60.
We did mention this before with Justin Smith, when he's playing a player with a bit of reputation, someone
60.
who has won weeks, someone who has picked up titles, he tends to be able to raise it in the right moments. And he'll be very well aware of what Mike Warburton's done, very respectful of his game, and will be relishing this opportunity here to jump on what has been a bit of a downturn here for Mike Warburton, who's averaging just 80 at the moment.
The big problem for him in terms of topping this group is the fact that Smith and Harrison play each other, so one of them is going to improve their position.
140. Justin,
Which
you
makes it
require
must win for Mike.
161.
No need for him to try and take out the finish. That shows some maturity and a sense of occasion for Justin Smith.
Yeah, beautiful setup. Sets himself up where he wants to be. Chooses his double. He's chose the double 16.
Justin, you require
Now he's after
32.
just 12 darts.
$24. Mike, you require 101.
An opportunity Warburton maybe wasn't expecting.
Almost made the most of it. Great
Justin,
attempt.
You require 8. Game shot on the third leg, Justin Smith.
Real focus and determination here from
Fourth leg,
Justin
it's Mike
Smith.
to
We've
throw
seen him be very
first.
distracted at
Game on.
times. Looking around the room, looking a bit fidgety, not here. Focused, determined,
60.
on task, and looking to eliminate Warburton from the battle.
100. 96.
It's certainly been through the mill today, Justin Smith. That stellar start, what we described it as a statement performance, thought it would strike
82.
fear into everybody else, and it may have done that, but he then himself suffered back-to-back defeats. Now he's bouncing back. Maybe getting a little bit of confidence
60.
due to the defeat of Andreas Harrison in the previous game.
100.
Unable to land the double treble combination, so despite being ahead on the scoreboard, it is advantage Justin Smith here. Certainly now.
140.
Yeah, he's sticking plenty of legs on that leg difference column as well. He has had more big wins than anybody in this group, and here comes another one. Unless Warburton can stop him in his tracks here, and for that to happen, Smith has to fail to take out 79. He started today with a statement. He's just made another one. Justin Smith defeats Mike Warburton 4-0. A defeat that means Warby will not win this group. We'll see him on Thursday and Friday evening, but Smith might get the nights off. He's now in a straight race with Andreas Harrison after that very comfortable win, very convincing, to turn his day around, an average of 92 and change, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That 79 checkout was a match-winning shot. He whitewashes Warburton to condemn Warburton to playing in Group B. He's still in the race to win the group, as is Andreas Harrison, who is in action after the break.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. John about there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. Steve West at 20. Tops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Well, the last game was all about Justin Smith. This one's all about Andreas Harrison. Can he keep tabs with Justin Smith at the top of the table? He's been trying to chase him down all day, but he's not been able to overtake him yet. He could do in his last game of the day. He will actually go head-to-head against Justin Smith. But for him to be in that position, for him to have the opportunity to leapfrog him and take that top position, he's going to have to first navigate himself past Darren Barton, a man who has actually really stepped up his levels today and been a bit of a tricky customer,
First
picking
leg,
up
it's
2
Andreas to throw first.
of his 3 games
Game on.
today. Andreas Harrison needing a quick turnaround. He was on the hockey not long ago, going down by 4 legs to 3 to Ross Montgomery. So this,
85.
a crucial game for our former series champion.
$85.
Well, Harrison looking to set up what would be
64.
winner takes all showdown in that battle that Matt mentioned.
$140.
So Justin Smith will be in the back room watching the screen, being a Darren Barton fan right now.
180.
Well, he's beaten both Smith and Warburton
41.
this week. They'll know he can beat Harrison. Hasn't managed it yet. Just to put you fully in the picture, as we mentioned, if Harrison wins this game, it goes to a final match shootout between him and Smith. If he loses a match, then it's not necessarily over. If he loses 4-3, there's still a chance if he beats Smith 4-0 in the last game. But a defeat of 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0 for Andreas Harrison. And Smith would have won the group with that game to spare.
96.
In a good position, though, to win the first leg.
58. Andreas, you require 16. Game
And he
shot
does
of
win the first leg.
Andreas Harrison. Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $60.
So with the live table as things stand, Andreas Harrison will go level on points with Justin Smith. Legs difference in this situation would not matter because it would be Andreas Harrison, Justin Smith in the final lap of fixtures, so it would have to go down to the points, the first deciding factor. So for Harrison, it is now just a case of just win. Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter by what score. Confirm the result,
100.
confirm himself on 20 points.
Yeah, even though Warburton can get to 20, he can't win the group any longer, can't make up the leg difference. And also, if Harrison and
100.
Smith both go into that last match on 20, then one of them, as Matt mentioned, will get to 22. So we know Warburton's going to be in Group B. We know Barton, Montgomery and Van der Ende will be in Group C. What we don't know
81.
is who will be the first through to finals night.
$96. $100. Darren, you require 150.
Chance for Barton. Harrison on this finish went 3 bulls earlier in the week. No such
58. Andreas, you require
maverick move from Darren Barton as Andreas looks for the Shanghai shot.
Game shot of second leg.
Andreas Harrison got a telling off for that 3-bull attempt. He won't be getting a telling off for that one. Perfectly timed,
Third leg,
beautiful
it's
check
Andreas
out
to throw
there on the
first.
20s.
Game on.
Andreas Harrison now in control.
$100.
Yeah, Justin Smith, I'm sure, will be expecting that effective knockout match. The winner goes through. The loser hangs around to play in a secondary group.
60.
And there'll be part of him that's pretty grateful to even have that chance, having lost back-to-back games in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it was a significant drop-off, wasn't it, for Justin Smith in the middle part of the day. Maybe just trying to replicate what he did in the opening game. Which is the danger sometimes when you have that real big performance, like he did. Game number 1 was the best performance we've seen from any player so far this week.
98.
But Harrison just continuing with this treble a throat. At the moment, that is far too much for Barton to live with.
96. $100.
$108 to back up the 120 for Harrison
Andreas
here.
to require 108.
It's not the most natural thing for him to try and
76.
locate a target under
Darren, you
a dart. He
require
managed it actually with the
120.
third dart, but the second ended up on the floor, allowing Barton the chance to hit back with the same finish that was hit against him in the last leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
A
Darren
sweet repeat
Barton.
as Barton mirrors the 120 shot and breaks the Harrison throw.
Fourth leg. It's Darren to throw
Is
first.
there a twist
Game on.
in the tail here? Remember, if Harrison wins one more leg, it will go down to the last match in some form. And Barton reels off the next 3.
59.
It would be over. And Smith would be crowned group champion.
$123. $140. $85.
Been a very defiant day, hasn't it, here from Darren Barton. Came into today really with no real
51.
expectations of being able to improve his position in regards to league table or how the rest of his week's going to pan out. It looks destined for Group C before a dart was thrown.
140.
But plenty still for him to play for in regards to pride and experience. And even in this game, when you're looking and thinking he's probably pretty much fixed in position 4. 2-0 down to Andreas Harrison, and then starts producing the darts he's produced all week. Or the best darts he's produced all week, should I say.
You've got to give him a chance in Group C. He's shown the
45.
attributes
Darren, you require 71.
to win enough matches. Of course, it's a shortened day, doesn't have a chance to grow into that group, but he has had a 3-day run-up of getting accustomed to the Super Series stage. 18s and tops
31.
over the top, but Harrison
Andreas, you require 108.
on a combo.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's a
Andreas
brilliant
Harrison.
finish. There's a couple of those ton-topping combination checkouts. He looked really
Fifth
pleased with
leg,
himself
it's
there, didn't he,
Andreas
Andreas
to throw
Harrison?
first.
And why wouldn't he be?
Game
Winning
on.
that leg means that he will remain in contention into the very last game of the day. And if he wins one more leg, that will be a straight shootout between himself and
140.
Justin Smith. The battle of the beards.
There's something quite ominous, wasn't there, about that little tip of the head there from
60.
Andreas Harrison as he just looked at his opponent, tipped the head. It was almost as if to say, Good try, pal, but I've just got that little bit more. I've got the levels here.
100.
Also, it's a sort of rather insignificant point, but it does prove something that you've spoken about a few times, that checkout where he starts on the 19s.
134.
You just think he's going to throw a single to go to double 60 and suddenly goes straight 11 and leaves tops.
Well, that's the reason you'd use the 19s rather than the 20s. But
60.
it'd be interesting to keep an eye on that throughout the week and see what other routes he may come up with.
I would ask him to talk us through it, but I think he'd just say something like, that's how I like to go. Could have been to do with the angle of entry of the dart, to be fair. They do appear quite flat in the board, but can be deceiving sometimes. Camera angle, they will dip down a little bit. So if he felt he didn't want to have a bounce
60.
out or a deflection or something,
Require
the single 19, it might have been a last minute change of heart, who knows, but we have seen him doing that kind of thing quite often. Now Darren Barton
52.
is hoping to get the best checkout so far. They've both had a 120. Harrison's had a 108. This would supersede the lot.
Treble 18 required. Gives him a dart at the ball. Harrison was nodding. He expected. He thinks he's seen it before.
66.
But he could be going to a position he's been in before. And that is a battle for the top of the table.
34. Darren, you require 45.
Has to rely on misses here. Barton gets a chance to break. There could yet be drama in this starting duel. He opts for tops. And nets
On the
tens.
fifth leg, Darren Barton.
And causes a conundrum for Andreas Harrison, who's now having to fend him off.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Saw him earlier today in a last leg shootout with Mike Warburton, and he produced a really strong leg, the best leg of the game, to win that match. But we've since seen him in a last leg shootout against Ross Montgomery lose. It's gone the other way. He'll be hoping to avoid that one leg fight here, but he will have the darts in it.
60.
He has a good chance of avoiding it now.
$100. $100. Andreas, you require 161.
This for the match.
It's another different route.
122.
He can't produce the flamboyant finish.
Darren, you require 141.
More traditional here from Barton, trying to use the treble 20, the target he's been throwing at for the majority of the game. We can't find it, and Harrison will be expecting two match darts here to set up that big clash.
39.
Double 16 will get him there. Double 8.
23. Darren,
Tension.
you require 16.
With a capital T.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Darren
Barton bags what Harrison couldn't. And it all comes down to this.
Seventh and final leg.
Although
it's Andreas to throw first.
not mathematically Losing this leg will pretty much hand this group to Justin Smith. Harrison will still have a chance. He'd have to go and beat him 4-0. Winning the leg means he just has to go and beat him.
Big difference, all pinned on this leg, and Barton's got experience in this situation and positive one.
97.
His last game did go the distance. That was a 4-3 victory over Justin Smith, the man top of the table.
$81.
The leg started with promise for Harrison, who threw a 140. Treble 20 with dart 4, but then a couple got away from him. He may have done enough damage with the opening salvo. Barton can't leave a finish from his next visit.
Harrison's going to get opportunities. He's got time. He's got plenty of it. At least 6 darts to polish off the 100. It's Harrison's to lose from here.
45. Andreas, you require 100.
Just going to set up with 3 singles. We knew pretty quickly in this group, probably after the first day, that it would be a race between 3 for top spot. Warburton's dropped out of that race.
100.
Harrison wants
Andreas,
tops
you require 4.
to stay in it. He is missing doubles when it comes to the crunch, but this time it's in his favour that Darren Barton's nowhere near him, light years behind.
Got to think about this one.
40. Andreas, you require 20.
Another opportunity to take it to the final game.
And the match,
that
Andreas Harrison.
is what happens. Andreas Harrison with a 4-3 win, a hard-fought 4-3 win, it has to be said, against Darren Barton, who's caused all sorts of problems for opponents on his debut in this Group A, but it's a Group A that will be decided in the last round of fixtures, and with a single shootout showdown between Andreas Harrison and Justin Smith. Dennis van der Ende and Ross Montgomery are going to play next, and then that winner-takes-all clash will take place. Do not go anywhere.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 up. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second, okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves.
Game
That extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit.
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things Aaron loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are soon going to find out who the first player through to finals night on week 2 of Series 9 will be. We pretty much know most things so far, including the fact that these two players will be heading into Group C. Ross Montgomery and Dennis van der Ende. And they're about to do battle for the final time in Group A before those two meetings on Thursday and Friday. And then we're going to have that big match between Harrison and Smith to see who will win this group. But before that, we need to dot some I's and cross some T's. And, well, I'm going to ask for the
It's Dennis to throw first.
Matthew Edgar school report card for both of these players.
I think for Ross Montgomery, it's been very improved so far today, and that was reflected in the odds as well. A bit of a market move here for Ross Montgomery to get the victory over van der Ende. For van der Ende, it's, well, I think it's a red pen see me sort of moment. It's not really been up to standard at the moment, and he's found himself searching and wanting.
26.
And really unable to land any sort of blow so far today. Just a couple of legs on the board. And only managed 10 darts at the double. Completely outplayed and outscored so far.
$140. $100. $80.
Montgomery's key strength really has been how he started games today.
140.
He's continuing that here. He's a 2-darter after 12. Looking to break the throw straight away.
57. Rochi requires 76. Game shot of first leg, Ross Montgomery.
Solid again at the start of a game from Ross Montgomery. 15-dart break.
Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on. $60. $60. $140. $180.
Just the third maximum of the week for van der Ende.
$140.
But a positive sign nonetheless as he prepares himself for a Group C campaign.
55. Rochi require 161.
But despite the max, not down to a finish. Ross Montgomery got 6 darts.
85.
I think Ross Montgomery just reminding us of the bit of quality that he has going into that Group C campaign, where we do expect him to be going off quite a strong favourite.
Requires 76.
Well, he needs to go 11, surely, for the bullseye.
41. Dennis, you require
Van der Ende
109.
with a chance. There's always a chance.
77.
But he can't take it.
Ross, you require 35.
Making hard work of a kind of simple
19.
position here.
Dennis, you require 32.
Ross Montgomery from 76. He's had 1 dart at the bull and 1 dart at a double. Not
16.
punished.
Well, it was just a bit
Ross, you
lazy, that wasn't it,
require
from Montgomery,
16.
that last visit. He had 4 single numbers there that could have left him a double, all touching each other, and ended up hitting the double 3.
8.
Unable to recover the
Dennis, you
situation.
require 16. Game shot on his second leg. Dennis Van der Ende.
Well, that's a real mess for Ross Montgomery.
Third leg.
Van
It's
der Ende
Dennis to
winning
throw
that leg.
first. Game on.
Should not have been an option.
$90. $60. $41.
A reminder that the big match is coming next. Andreas Harrison versus Justin Smith to
60.
determine who wins Group A, who makes it through to finals night and does not have to compete in Group B for the next couple of days.
134.
And let's make no bones about it, there is no guarantee that whoever loses that match even makes it to finals night. We've seen that happen on a fair few occasions. Players miss out in a last match, even on leg difference, and then not get through Group B.
Especially in a week like this where we've got such a highly competitive Group B as well.
Yeah, Robert Thornton, who of course won the Double Trouble week just a fortnight ago. Martin Adams, a 3-time world champion, and Tommy Morris, who's always been decent on the Super Series stage. Speaking of decent, delightful darts from Ross Montgomery.
$60. Ross, you require 61.
$36 remaining.
Game shot
And
on
this
his
time
third
he
leg.
avoids
Ross
any
Montgomery.
drama.
Fourth leg. It's Ross to throw first. Game on. $100.
You can get in the habit of also counting those missed opportunities and sort of playing it within your mind. And Montgomery
140.
probably rightly feels like he should be 3-0 up here. Those sort of situations do sort of come back to haunt you if the game gets level or you get into a last leg shootout.
$57.
Both do have one more game left to play. Montgomery facing Mike Warburton, who will be maybe a little deflated after his flame flickered out in terms of winning the group. And Dennis van der Ende will meet Darren Barton in the curtain closer for the day.
Well, we mentioned that Van der Ende has been unable to land any sort of significant blow. Well, actually, in this game alone, he's hit as many 180s as he has for his whole week so far.
Lost his last 9 matches since a victory over Ross Montgomery on Monday.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It might be about to become 10 as Montgomery moves within 1 of the win.
5th leg. It's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
What do you do in this situation, Matthew? And speaking to you as someone I'm sure has experience of losing 10 games in a row.
97.
How do you regroup and try and turn around your mentality and turn around your results?
I think the key is to not
56.
think about you turning something around. Great example here is Peter Wright. Because how many people thought Peter Wright's career was finished or that maybe him winning
93.
titles was behind him? But Peter Wright never believed that. If you remember, after he lost the match play, he did an interview there after losing to Andrew Gilding, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to win titles at the back end of the year, don't worry." And you look at the comments, and there was all, "Oh, he's delusional," and no one believed it, but Peter Wright did. And Peter Wright didn't see the recent form line, he just knew what he's capable of. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to not look at recent results. Don't let them change how you think about something. You've just got to be that strong and that in belief of what put you up there in the first place to automatically say, well, actually, it doesn't matter if I've lost the last 10. That has no bearing on the next one.
Yeah, it's a great example, actually. You don't become a bad dart player overnight, do you?
56.
What you can do is you can let results, you can let opinions, you can let these things weigh you down, and ultimately those people that can just brush those aside are the ones that are the most successful.
100.
Maybe Montgomery that's about to become successful in the pursuit of the points in this one.
100.
Van der Ende gives him something to think about.
124.
There's actually 3 maximums in this match for Dennis.
40. Dennis, you require 18. Game shot on the 5th leg. Dennis van der Ende.
And the game goes on.
6th leg. It's Ross to throw first. Game on. $140.
The game goes on, but with darts like that, it might not go on for much longer.
60. $55. 77. 58. 77. 100. 96.
Montgomery's going to get
Russia require
a couple of visits for the
148.
148. Turned into quite a fruitful day for him. He's only lost one fixture.
$85.
That was a last leg decider in a game he led 3-0.
159. Rossi requires 63.
He's done something very similar to the previous leg here, Dennis van der Ende, just putting in a big score while Montgomery is at the finish line.
43.
And he's going to come back and
Dennis
get his
require
reward.
32.
Landed a few big blows here, van der Ende.
No score.
With 3 darts
Rossi
there to level us up
20.
and have the advantage of throw have come and gone.
No score.
3 well thrown
Dennis
darts
require
as Montgomery has
32.
a second look. Just to double check the situation, all on the wire.
Game shot on
That
sixth
one between
leg.
the
Dennis
wires, we
van
go
der
the
Ende.
distance. Dennis has got the darts.
Seventh and
Chance
final
to
leg.
get his
It's Dennis
second
to go
win
first.
on
Game
the
on.
Super Series stage here this week.
Leaves open the potential as well that Ross Montgomery could beat the top 3 today and lose to the
58.
other 2 players in the bottom half of the table. Well, he's got that snarl back again. It served him well in his win over Andreas Harrison.
100.
Darting determination etched in every wrinkle on his face.
58. $137. 59.
A brilliant improvement. Visit by visit. 1 treble, visit 1, 2 trebles, visit 2, 3 trebles in a third visit.
140.
That was our 5th maximum of the game as well. As Montgomery now has 6 darts to get it done.
Game shot.
Super stuff from the Scot. What a way to close out the game. An 11 darter. That's what he's been looking for all week, and maybe it's just coming. And maybe we'll see a different Ross Montgomery in Group C, where he will play Dennis van der Ende again. It was a good game between the pair, in truth. 10 points between them in the averages. Van der Ende's timing was good, hitting those 180s at the back end of legs. Montgomery added 2 to make it 5 in the match, but that 84 checkout came at the end of an 11 dart leg that sees Ross Montgomery pick up another win today. 3 from 4 for him, but the big one is coming next. Who will be the first through to finals night? We'll find out when Andreas Harrison and Justin Smith go head-to-head in a straight shootout after the break. Here we go then, the decisive darting duel of Group A to determine which one of this pair will make it through to finals night. The winner of Group A will be either Justin Smith or Andreas Harrison. The loser will drop into Group B with Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Tommy Morris and Mike Warburton, who's finished third in this group. And Group C, Darren Barton, Ross Montgomery and Dennis van der Ende from this group joining the 3 incoming players. But it's all about this match here to determine which player goes straight through to finals night. We thought at the start of the day, maybe even at the start of yesterday, that it might come down to a fixture like this. It's just so happened that they've taken some darting detours to get here, but in the end, it's a knockout match for a Saturday sport of the Super Series. You know what's coming, Matt Edgar alongside me.
First leg, it's Andreas
who wins
first. Game on.
The advantage of throw is with Andreas Harrison. The consistency is with Andreas Harrison. But that flashy, explosive nature is with Justin Smith. But I'm always one that likes a little bit of consistency, a little bit of stability within the game. So I'm just going to edge towards Andreas Harrison.
60.
And this will seem a little bit more normal to him as well. He's been in this position more than Justin Smith has on this stage. He has been successful in this position more than Justin Smith has on this stage. And yep, he did lose to Ross Montgomery
55.
a couple of games ago. He was pushed by Darren Barton in his last game, but out of the two, I think Justin Smith's shown more frailty to date.
100.
He's getting hit hard and early here by Andreas Harrison. 140, 180, 140 with the throw.
60.
There is nothing you can do.
41.
You just have to try and cling on and hope.
Game shot of first leg.
Well, that's
Andreas
a rather
Harrison.
explosive start from Andreas Harrison, who follows the 11 darter that Ross Montgomery produced
Second
at the end of
leg,
the previous
it's
match
Justin
by
to
hitting
throw
one
first.
himself.
Game on.
One of those darts looks precarious to me, but he
95.
didn't get close enough to bother it.
$41. $140. $60.
Both of these players runners-up
60.
in the previous series, missing out on Champions Week in the weekly finals. In fact, Andreas Harrison was the best performing runner-up, had an average for his week of 95. Had anybody pulled out, he would have been the
140.
replacement.
$60.
In a game with this sort of quality, this could be a little opening here for Andreas Harrison to get himself back into the leg.
60.
Unable to find a big
Justin,
treble
you require
himself.
146. $96. $123. Justin, you require 50.
There's that little flick to the scoreboard after the first two darts. Just that little bit of distraction there. Just lost that little bit of rhythm, but missing the big number here, Justin Smith. That was a brave
34.
second dart, considering you missed the
Andreas,
first
you
one.
require
10 and 6 is
77.
an option when you're feeling a little bit edgy.
Harrison gets a dart at tops, and he
Game shot of
nails it.
second leg. Andreas Harrison.
And with that, assumes control.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I think that tells you everything you need to know there from Justin Smith. Knows he's in trouble, knows he's up against it.
121.
That one never really looked right in the hand there for Andreas Harrison.
He just lost his grip, having got a vice-like grip on the game.
140.
Smith hoping to break back straight away. In fact, you would suggest he needs to break back straight away. Harrison gets to 3-0. Very, very difficult to turn it around from there.
$100. 41.
Meetings this week have both gone the way of Smith. 4-3 win.
100.
Stop Harrison completing the card on Monday, and then a 4-1 win in the opening game on Tuesday.
60. Justin, you require 161.
Again, a little like we saw earlier from Smith, no interest in taking it out. He just wants to win the leg.
$94. Justin, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg.
He does win the leg in some style. He needed to. Cancels out the break.
Fourth leg. It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And he could soon find himself with a similar average to Andreas Harrison if he continues to play at that level. 13 darter.
100.
Literally zero interaction there between the players. Not even a flicker of the eyes in the direction of their opponent.
81.
Players in their own world right now, just battling it out for that top spot.
100.
It's a good rhythm as well at the moment about Justin Smith. Sometimes, you know, he's a quick player, can just be a little too pacey
95.
at times. He's just in that nice flow and rhythm right now.
45. 100.
At the very least, he'll feel he's in the game. Did look like getting away from him at 2-0 behind.
46.
But a couple of scrappy visits back to back have just opened the door here for Harrison.
65. 100. Andreas, you require 160. 100. Justin, you require 110.
Big last start there from Harrison.
Signs of nervousness. Composes himself. And hits.
Shot on the fourth leg.
Big,
Justin
big
Smith.
dart from Justin Smith, who levels the match. We have deadlock at 2-2. A little bit of respect from Andreas
leg,
Harrison. There is
Andreas to
interaction
throw
this
first.
time.
Game on.
And in the 15th game that these players have played,
99.
it comes down to a race to two legs.
Well, the two times there's been a bit of a pause for Justin Smith in that
96.
situation. He's delivered. Dropping the dart there and having to reset. And then earlier on when there was a bit of a scoreboard question, with that little
6.
break in play, he took the 62 out in 3. The issue that potentially causes is you then start thinking maybe I've got to add
97.
that pause into my play. If you think of players like Rob Cross and Kevin Painter over the years as players who have deliberately stepped back in that situation to throw it as an individual dart.
180.
As Andreas Harrison fires in the second maximum of the game.
126. 105. 100. Andreas, you require 57. $37. Justin, you require 82.
I don't really want to speak. Don't want to break the tension.
$62.
Smith
Andreas, you
can't
require
break the
20.
throw.
They're the sort of chances and opportunities you get in these sort of games.
10.
You'll get another.
Justin,
A
you
rare
require
mistake from
20.
Andreas Harrison. Let's give Justin Smith a big chance to gain control.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
does.
leg.
It's a total
Justin Smith.
turnaround.
Sixth leg. It's Justin to throw first.
Andreas Harrison had control of this crucial contest when he led it 2-0 with a break to boot, but Justin Smith has reeled off 3 legs on the spin and is now throwing for a place in Saturday's
99.
finals.
60. $100.
Harrison cannot come up dry again here.
100. $92.
May need a full house. May need all 3. Isn't going to get them.
100. $59.
Every time it looks like one player's got control, suddenly either they come up with a drive visit or the other player hits big.
100. Justin, you require 151.
Still advantage Smith.
$78. Andreas, you require
That last start probably
141.
keeps that advantage. Unless... Double 18. Oh
Game
my.
shot on the sixth leg.
That is how you
Andreas
stay in it.
Harrison.
A table-turning checkout by Andreas Harrison.
7th and final
The
leg.
finish of a
It's Andreas
champion.
to throw first.
He's won a series.
Game on.
And that may be the checkout that sends him on his way to winning this group.
123.
If Cameron Crabtree is watching, he'll probably be thinking, I know exactly how you feel, Justin Smith, because it was a big finish like that, a 1-2-1, the context. Very similar sort of situation. Justin Smith probably thought he had the
97.
damage done. You don't normally expect those shots to go against you. He just did at the wrong time there for Justin Smith.
60.
Well, he's been asked many times about that 1-2-1 checkout in the final of Series 7. For those who aren't aware of that, Cam Crabtree in the final hit a 1-7-1 to leave a double. Harrison took out 1-2-1 and kind of said, well, I do that quite a lot. Well, he's just done 1-4-1
81. Andreas,
to
you
force this
require
decider.
141.
Surely he's not going to do that again. Is he? Oh, not on this occasion, just beyond him.
85.
But still firmly now in the box seat.
2 trebles, the minimum requirement you feel here for Justin Smith to give himself a realistic opportunity.
57.
He doesn't find any.
Andreas, you require 56.
2 visits for Harrison to win the group.
36.
All Smith can do is hit and hope.
$100.
He hardly
Andreas,
hits.
you require 20.
Do his hopes end here?
Game shot and the match.
It's Harrison.
Andreas Harrison.
It's Andreas Harrison who wins Group A by virtue of that brilliant tide-turning, table-turning, group-winning 1-4-1 checkout that forced the decider in that match. A straight shootout it turned out to be. And Justin Smith, who's been treading water at the top of the table all day, is finally unseated by Andreas Harrison, who makes a return to finals night of the Super Series by winning Group A. Well, they're the numbers, but they can't tell you how dramatic that game was. It looked like he was heading Smith's way when he turned around a two-leg deficit to lead 3-2. And Harrison found that fabulous 1-4-1 to level the match and went on to win it with a very good closing leg as well. He's through to the final. Smith will be back in action tomorrow, and we will hear from the group winner after this short break.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where I'm joined by the Group A winner, Andreas Harrison. Andreas, congratulations. Back through to finals night, but what a way to get through. What a really good and dramatic game that was there.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, wonderful to get through like that.
You've got a habit of taking out big finishes on that stage. What's going through your mind when you approach that 1-4-1 checkout? What was going through your head just as you're standing at the back of the hockey there?
It was just, come on, you've done it before. Let's do it again.
Yeah, we're taking a look at it now, in fact, and when the first dart goes in, that's your way, isn't it, treble 15? You did it for the 9-dart finish as well. Cam Crabtree knows how that feels, the 1-2-1 to win the series. But Justin Smith, I mean, he'd beaten you twice this week. Did you know before that game exactly what you needed to do? It was just a straight shootout?
No, I wasn't really knowing if I had the same on, or if he was 2 points ahead of me. So I just give it a try to get to, we'll see.
That's interesting because there are a lot of players who will look at the league table all the time, try and work everything out. Is that your approach then, just to focus on the games and see what happens?
Sometimes I look at it and, it's better to not know. just go for it.
Do you want to look at it now? Because it'll make good reading. Here is the league table. And Andreas Harrison, there you go. You were on the same point, so you have won it by a couple of points. What does it mean to you to get back to finals, not on a stage where you've won a series before?
Yeah, it's lovely to get to the Saturday. That's the aim of the week. So, yeah. And then we see how it goes from there.
And particularly this series, having lost in the final in the previous series, how sort of determined were you to get back?
Yeah, I hope I'm determined. But we see.
How would you sum up how you feel you've played this time around in comparison to previous visits?
This time it's been very up and down, I think. Yeah, Monday I think I played really well, and Tuesday I have a bad night's sleep, and I think that was why I didn't show up so much. I think I didn't show up in the first 2 games, and I played quite well in the last 3 yesterday. So
it's been a good group, hasn't it? It's gone right down to the end, so you're probably quite happy to avoid having to go through it again in Group B.
Yeah, the B group looks really tough. Well, I don't know the guys in the C group, but in the B group, that looks really tough.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. Congratulations, you are through. We'll see you on Saturday. A couple more matches to play today, though, so we're going to talk you through them with Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. Yes, 2 more games still to go, and it will be the players that will be taking part in Group B and Group C. We've got 1 of each here. Ross Montgomery, we know his fate. He's going to be going to Group C, but he's probably going to be going to Group C as a big, big favourite, considering the debutants in the field and the unknowns. We know a lot of Ross Montgomery over the years now, 61 years of age, 13 times played at the Lakeside, and really has stepped up his standard of play today.
First leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Lowest average we've seen so far from Ross Montgomery today, 84-13. That is better than most of his performances we've seen across Monday and Tuesday. And not only that, but he's been picking up wins today.
85.
Winning his last 3 games, and probably should have won his first one as well. Was 3-0 up in that one before letting that slip away. Mike Warburton will feel he's let his opportunity slip away in regards to winning this group. Hasn't managed to
81.
find that extra gear when it's been needed today to keep himself in the race. And that race ultimately, as we've just seen, won by Andreas Harrison.
55.
I think he's probably quite glad to have won that when he saw the lineup for the field and saw the players that if he was to have lost that game, the players he'd have been in Group B with.
Yeah, we're still chatting as he left the studio then, and he was saying exactly that. It looks really, really tough, that Group B. Very relieved to be through. Also interesting that he went into that game unaware of the exact situation, thought I'll give it a try and then I'll check afterwards to see if I've gone through. So maybe taking away a little bit of the pressure by doing that.
It'd be really interesting, wouldn't it, if you could ask Justin Smith now, well maybe not now, just after losing that game, but if you could say to him, would you rather go into Group B and have that mathematical advantage, or would you rather jump into Group C? I think there's an argument that he may have chose C.
Yeah, I think we've seen that. In fact, Andreas Harrison on the Champions Week that he won. So he fall into Group C from Group A, and sometimes if you're the big fish, it doesn't matter how many opportunities there are to go through because you're backing yourself to finish top of that table.
Sure, Ross Montgomery will be feeling that way at the moment when he looks at a Group C campaign that he's going to be taking part in starting tomorrow. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, UK time. I'm sure he's going to be feeling like he's the big fish.
74.
Well, he's looking to hook tops here. And he does so
first leg, Ross Montgomery.
much better today, hasn't he, Montgomery? So much more polished, so much more composed, most of the time at least.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $96. 180.
Just so much more polished in every part of his game here today, Ross Montgomery.
100.
And I've got one for you, Murph. You're talking about him being the big fish. Will he be the big fish on Friday?
Very good. Monday and Tuesday, he felt like he was getting battered all day, didn't he?
You couldn't just let me have my moment, could you? Just had to one-up it.
59.
I'll say it again on Friday. We'll pretend this conversation never happened. Don't forget, he's got a perfect record. Ross Montgomery's making it through to finals nights as well. He would love to keep that up.
Russia require 134.
Guess you'll have to tune her in to find out.
78. Mikey requires 65.
Oh, God.
$45. Russia require 56.
Oh, Montgomery looking to stamp his authority here. Misses a big number. Can he correct? Yes, he can.
On his second leg, Ross Montgomery.
2-zip. What about the position Mike Warburton's in where his day's just kind
Third
of
leg, it's Ross to throw
phased
first.
out? He knows where
Game
he's
on.
heading. It must be difficult to keep that steely focus, that intensity that he had previously.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what his game's based on.
100.
Mike Warburton's game's based on intensity. It's based on that focus and that determination. We've seen that last time he was here, and he absolutely dominated a Group C campaign. It was all intensity.
140.
Well, it still means something. Those 20 points he was determined to keep.
Had he not got to the board in time, and that would have dropped off the fascia of the board, he would have lost the points.
140.
He had to touch the dart, disturb the dart in the board.
There was an infamous example of something in line with that at a Pro Tour final. You may
60.
remember it. Darren Webster against Michael van Gerwen. Darren did run to the board, went to get the darts. Michael van Gerwen stood behind him, said that dart fell on the floor before he touched them.
89.
The video replays later on proved that Michael was actually right. However, the referee at the time, or the marker as it is on a Pro Tour event, gave Darren the benefit of the doubt.
30.
Because the argument at the time was to do with the retrieving of the dart, wasn't it? And the rule isn't that you have to fully retrieve the dart. You just have to touch, disturb the dart in the board.
His hand was basically in front of the darts, and it sort of just dropped on the way. He might have even knocked his hand on the way, but it was whether he touched the dart before it fell or whether the dart fell before he touched it.
60.
Interesting
Russia
little
require
quirks.
40.
Referees really need like 6 eyes, don't they?
Game shot on the third leg,
Ross Montgomery's eyeing the win here. This would be a brilliant day for him. It would put him a strong favourite for Group C if
Fourth
he's to
leg, it's Mike
emphatically
to throw
beat Mike
first.
Warburton and make it 4 out of
Game on.
5.
$55. $100. $121. $140. 45. $137.
Significantly, the performance of the week, this from Ross Montgomery. A fantastic all-round performance reflected in the numbers as well.
60. Russia require 124.
And time on his side to register another win.
Not only his best performance, but up there with the best performances, and he wants to do it in style.
84.
He's missed that bullseye by a mile. That's a real mess from Ross Montgomery there.
$80. Russia require 40.
Been far from a mess in truth, hasn't it? Fantastic.
Shot and the match. Ross
A perfectly
Montgomery.
polished performance by Ross Montgomery, who whitewashes Warby to sign off what's been a difficult few days with something to really take into Group C. He's won 4 out of his 5 matches today, actually tops the daily table, and in that one had an average of just shy of 102. 4 out of 5 his checkout percentage and his win ratio for Wednesday, and Ross Montgomery will be a force to be reckoned with in Group C from 1 p.m. tomorrow. But we've got one more match to come in Group A, and it's the 2 players that are joining him in that group. Darren Barton taking on Dennis van der Ende. Well, the final match here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth of Group A on Wednesday features 2 players that are going to be back in action tomorrow afternoon. The ADC qualifiers going head-to-head as Darren Barton takes on Dennis van der Ende, and it's been a miserable 3 days for Dennis. He's only won 1 match. Darren Barton, though, he's got something to hold on to. He could actually finish top of the pile of the 3 that are going into Group C, and that's something
First leg, it's Darren
to be proud of, considering how good Ross Montgomery's been today. He's He's got a chance to make it 7 wins from his 15 matches if he gets the better of Dennis in this one. Or can Van der Ende end on a high?
100.
I think on the evidence of play of what we're seeing so far today, Darren Barton, you'd imagine, would be favourite coming into this game.
57.
And in fact, with the odds compilers, is a significant favourite.
135.
1-3 at the start of this game in favour of Darren Barton.
108.
Well, if you want to see 180s here at the Super Series, why not come along on Saturday night? Tickets are available for just £2.
140.
Scan that QR code, get yours. You can be in the live lounge, ticket off your darting bucket list. Can be any Saturday night, the doors are
40.
open.
Darren, you require 126.
Goes for the ball.
101.
Didn't have to, but at this point in the day, pretty much guarantee that most players will.
Yeah, absolutely. Build your highlight reel at this point of the day.
100. Darren,
He's
you
got a good
require
few moments on there
25.
already as Darren Barton. Showing us some real good signs in his Group A campaign.
17. Dennis, you
If
require
anything, I'd say
124.
a lot of the good darts today and the real big moments have probably come from the players in the bottom half of the table. Ross Montgomery and Darren Barton really being the
56.
headline
Darren, you
acts.
require 8. Game shot on the first leg, Darren Barton.
So the Spartan
Second leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
takes the opening leg
Game on.
against DVDE. Got you to do your high school reports for Dennis Van der Ende and Ross Montgomery in the previous game. So what would you be writing? How would you be grading Darren Barton?
45.
Depends what day you pick, really, doesn't it? I think Monday was a bit unfortunate. I think he played better than the results suggest. Just a few moments went against him.
60.
Yesterday actually dropped the levels, but got more results. And today's been a more all-round polished performance, where maybe we're starting to see him really settle here at the
98.
Super Series. And I'd put him as a very intriguing character going into this Group C campaign, because there are debutants in there as well, and he'll know all about how they'll be feeling in that situation.
Yeah, we'll chat in more detail at the end of the show, but just to put you firmly in the picture, joining Barton,
60.
Van der Ende and Montgomery in Group C, Jamie Kelling, who's been deep in the Super Series before, Dan Nichols, the ADC qualifier, and Ryan Brandley, a 16-year-old talent.
96.
We've heard that story somewhere before. They'll be the opponents for these two. The action
60.
resuming from 1
Dennis, you
PM
require
tomorrow here on the Super
125.
Series YouTube channel, for which I'm sure you've already subscribed, but if you haven't, do it now. Thank you.
39. $94. Dennis, you require 86. 82. Darren, you require
Was he
144.
not expecting Barton to be able to take the 144? He was correct if that was his thinking, because he opted to
60.
move away from
Dennis,
the
you
possible
require
bullseye shot
4.
there to go back to the 20s.
Now it gets tricky for him, though, having done that. He's on double one,
No
and he
score.
can't hit that, can't
Darren,
even
you
miss it in the
require
right place.
84.
Bullseye for Barton.
Game shot on second leg.
Perfectly
Darren Barton.
pitched. 2-0.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Even though you didn't take out the 1-4-4. Is there something satisfying in winning a leg where your opponent has made a move like that?
Oh, absolutely.
121.
Especially when they end up making a bit of a mess of it, and they've had opportunities like Van der Ende had there.
108.
But where is this 180 hitting come at the back end of the day? He hit 1 on Monday, 1 on Tuesday. He's at 7 in his last couple of games.
140.
Maybe there is just something to cling on to. Maybe he can
96.
reset and try and fight for a way through to finals night from Group C. I think it's really interesting, that Group C. Jamie Kelly, we know what to expect, but haven't seen here for a
100.
while. We know what he can do, but not what he will do. Ross Montgomery, a couple of days ago, you would have said, well, he's there for the taking. As Dennis hits another one. But on today's evidence, he's going to be
Darren, you require
the man to beat in that
140.
group. And then the other players really are pretty unknown quantities.
100. Dennis, you require 45. Game shot on the third leg. Dennis Van der Ende.
So Van der Ende will not be whitewashed.
Fourth leg. It's Dennis to throw first. Game on. $60.
It was a good recovery, that, from Van der Ende after missing the single number. It can sometimes distract, especially when things haven't been going his way and he's on this big losing run. I want to put that to bed soon because he's starting to get closer to record territory.
140. $100. $58. $140. $91.
Leaves himself 152. Barton will be hoping to beat on at least a 2-darter.
41.
Oh, that's a real
Dennis, you
mistake.
require 152. $41. Darren, you require 135. $43. Dennis, you require 111.
Now he's also got 92. But only 2 darts at it, where
87.
Darren Barton has 3.
Darren, you require 92. $32. Dennis, you require 24. Game shot on the fourth leg. Dennis Van der Ende.
Well, we're getting the final match we all wanted.
Fifth leg. It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
What Dennis really wants is a result. Having only picked up 2 points.
135.
Only beaten 1 player.
I think that's the big trick here for Van der Ende, not to go into a Group C campaign with 2
57.
back-to-back days without even a single victory, because that can lag, that can go over, and you can soon get on a losing trail.
55. $140.
There are obviously records ongoing as well in regards to most wins that someone's had, most losers someone's had.
60.
Glenn Durant, I think, wasn't it, that one?
$58. $100. $81. Darren, you require 151. $69.
So it'll be bullseye for starters for Barton when he comes back, but he's under severe pressure from the Dutchman.
82.
That's about as bad as it could have ended up. Rolled the ball in the roulette wheel.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He comes up
Darren
green in the
Barton.
end.
Really good recovery there. That sort of
Big
first start's a
leg, it's Dennis to
50-51,
throw
whether you
first.
miss that 25 on
Game
ball, if
on.
it gives you the opportunity to go back onto the bullseye.
Well, the fact he went the 19s route meant that he had half the next visit in
90.
mind, just in case Van der Ende didn't take out the 32. Puts Barton back in front. If you have missed any of the action today, there will be a
140.
highlights package available come the end of the show. Also can watch back any of the live broadcasts in
56.
full.
$60.
But it ended
$43.
with Andreas Harrison in the end getting the win.
$59.
There's a fixture. It's already been won twice by Darren Barton. He'll get 2 more opportunities against his
100.
opponent here across his Group C campaign. And he's looking to make it a hat-trick of victories here on Wednesday. I think before a dart was thrown in this game, if you was to ask for a prediction, I'd have probably said Darren Barton to hit the most 180s would be the most likely outcome, and he's actually 3-0 down in that column.
22. Darren, you require 102.
But you could be 3-0 up on the head-to-head stats. 102 points to go.
62. $96. Darren, you require 40.
Is this the ender? It is.
And the match,
As Darren Barton lands tops to make it another defeat, a hat-trick of wins against Dennis Van der Ende, who only managed to get one win in Group A. He'll be hoping things will go rather better in Group C when the action resumes tomorrow. Darren Barton will be in that group with him. He's been a nemesis to Dennis so far, but it's been a very decent debut for Darren Barton, and we look forward to seeing him again later in the week. Andreas Harrison, though, we'll be seeing on Saturday night at the finals, and you could be there as well. So all that's left to do then is for myself and Matthew Edgar to discuss what's happened today and indeed this week. And we have to start with Andreas Harrison, because once again, the Swede is through to Saturday.
He's done it well, hasn't he? It's not been the highest quality of group, but what there's been is a lot of head-to-heads, a lot of close battles, a lot of big games and big moments. And when they have come, Andreas Harrison has been the more consistent and the more reliable.
And speaking of big moments, there were none bigger than that fabulous 1-4-1 checkout against Justin Smith. But for that, it would be Smith through to Saturday.
Well, the context of that was Smith was sat on a potential 2-darter to win the match, which would have booked him through. Andreas Harrison, a massive 1-4-1. Both players very well aware of what that meant. But it wasn't just the 1-4-1. It's the way he then responded in the next leg and kicked off and opened up a gap in the scoring department. He had the advantage of throw as well. That was a big, big turning moment.
We'll talk about Harrison again in a moment, but let's talk about Smith for a second. Look, he had a mixed day, didn't he? Started it with an absolutely stunning performance, the best average of anyone this week, and then went missing in the middle. What went wrong from here?
I wish I had the answer. I've been trying to find it all week. I've been trying to scrutinise the performances of Justin Smith, and I've been trying to come up with reasons, but sometimes it just doesn't seem to be one. And I do think, though, that a lot of the problem with Justin Smith is when he's going up against the players where he sort of expects to win, or it feels like it's starting to get into a flow for him. I think sometimes he may just get a little bit idle in the throw a little bit. We can see that sometimes in the angle of entry of the darts as well. So I think for Justin, concentration levels just need to up a little bit.
Mike Warburton, he was sort of in it until right at the end, but he never really felt in it. Did you get that impression as well?
He was chasing, wasn't he? He was chasing throughout the day. He felt like he was clinging on at times as well. The darts didn't quite go for him today. A lot of flyer darts, a lot of darts very high in the bed, up in the 5 and up in the 20. And he'll find that a little bit concerning, but on the same aspect now, he's got another opportunity to start from afresh. We've seen him many times at the back end of the weeks come really, really strong. Certainly the last time I was here, Mike was here as well, and he dominated the Group C campaign after what was probably a very similar sort of Group A campaign for him on that occasion. So enough signs in there, enough positive, but I fully agree. I don't feel like he ever really was in that top place chase.
And speaking of positive signs, a player of the day was Ross Montgomery, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. He only lost one leg that he couldn't potentially win. That was when he was 3-0 up at the start of the day, didn't get over the line, but was getting stronger and stronger. He had the performance of the week. He backed that up with the performance of the week. So real good, intriguing signs going into that Group C. I think if he had a choice of going in B or C, I think he'd pick Group C on the evidence of what's to come.
Yeah, he is in Group C, which can be illustrated by the Group A table. The bottom three fall into that. So Montgomery, along with Darren Barton and Dennis van der Ende. Warburton and Smith go into a very tough Group B. Andreas Harrison winning this group, so he's through to finals night. And these are the players that are going to be joining the Group A players in week 2. So Tommy Morris, Robert Thornton and Martin Adams in that Group B. That is going to be tough. Group C, Ryan Bradley, 16 years of age, an ADC qualifier in Dan Nichols, and Jamie Kelling, who we've seen here many times. Looking at that, Andreas Harrison's going to be relieved not to have fallen into that Group B, isn't he?
Absolutely. It shows how big that game really was. And I said on commentary, if you give Justin Smith the chance, would he take Group B or would he opt for Group C? And I think he would. I think he'd switch away from there. I think Ross Montgomery is actually in the best position here because he's going into there now in form off the back of the result that he's had today and the wins that he's had today, the form that he's shown, and then he's going in there with a couple of debutants as well. And we know sometimes, or a majority of the time, when people come here to the Super Series, it just takes them a couple of games to adapt, and you don't have long in that Group C, just a 2-day group.
What do you make of the debutant we have seen in this group, in Darren Barton, who's falling into that group himself?
I like what I've seen so far. I would make him one of the favourites to come out of that group. He's certainly going to be in the running. He's got better as the week's gone on. And that's not to discredit what he did on Monday. He played well. He just didn't get the results. I don't think he's going to run into the big hitters like you've got here in Andreas Harrison, Warburton and Justin Smith, where they can hit those big performances. I think it's going to come down to moments. And what he's done is shown us that he can handle those and handle them well. And he's got that secret weapon, that big 180 hitting, and that could come into a real big moment.
Well, my final question is going to be on handling big moments. Look, we talk about experience, the likes of Martin Adams, Robert Thornton coming in. They've got the most experience. But in terms of here, maybe Andreas Harrison's the player who's got that, who's been through it on the big stage. He's done the best you can do by taking a series. And did we see all that kind of come into play today for him? Is that why he's won this group?
I think it's because he doesn't care. Or maybe he doesn't care, maybe he doesn't know. Ignorance is bliss at times, and Andreas Harrison doesn't follow the situation as much as other people do. Yes, he keeps an eye on the league table, but he's not intensely looking at going, I need to win this many legs, and we're breaking all that down on commentary. We're looking at the situation and we go, well, actually, if he loses this by this score, he's going to be in big trouble, and he doesn't think like that. There was that game as well before the Justin Smith game where had he lost the last leg shootout, he'd have needed to win 4-0 against Justin Smith. And when you're aware of those sort of situations, it adds pressure. So Andreas Harrison, ignorance is bliss.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for your input today. We'll see you again tomorrow. We'll see you for a double session of darts. It all gets underway from 1 p.m. live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But on Saturday, we are going to see our Series 7 champion walk through the doors again after winning Group A. It's hurrah for Harrison, who's through to finals night once more.